It's my old friend. I've come to talk with you again, because a vision softly creeping left its scenes while I was sleeping, and the vision that was planted in my brain still remains within the sound of silence. In restless dreams I walked alone, narrow streets of cobblestone, neath the halo of a street lamp. I turned my collar to the cold and damp, when my eyes were stabbed by the flash of a neon light that split the night and touched the sound of silence.
Never is the sound of silence so compelling as it is here in Sheffield's Crucible Theatre. Snooker's home, filled to the rafters, hushed, focused, fascinated by events here in the 2016 Betfred World Championship final. Many in here have come to will on England's Mark Selby to a second world title. Many more in China are hoping their man, Ding Junhui, can become the first Asian player to lift this trophy. But never mind the sound of silence, he was in troubled waters earlier on, in complete contrast to the way he's sailed through the championship so far.
So this is fabulous stuff from Ding Junhui. Ton up again.
Tremendous pot. Well, you can't hit a ball much better than that.
Well, you can't strike a ball better than that.
He looks full of confidence now. He's played it absolutely perfect. Great shot. The match now, if you like, of Mark Selby came to the fore. We maybe have a new favourite for the tournament, and he is definitely a major contender.
Excellent stuff. Class from Mark Selby is the world #1, and he's showing how good he is.
A record-breaking 7 centuries from the Chinese sensation, and he gets himself into his first ever final.
What a player and what a competitor Mark Selby is.
And he has got himself into his second final in 3 years.
Well, the commentators are always saying you never settle down until you win your first frame, and Ding Junhui got off to a nightmare start in this match.
He certainly did, and you would have expected, the way he's played in this tournament, for him to get off to a good start in a confident frame of mind. Unfortunately, he lost a second frame when Mark Selby needed snookers, and it seemed like all of a sudden he panicked. He was then overreaching for shots. He was trying to push that boat out far too often. This green was a tricky one into the middle pocket. He only needed the green, but he played position. And then all of a sudden, it looked like he'd lost confidence, as if he just wasn't there all day long.
I mean, this is a player who made 7 centuries in his semi-final match, and yet he was missing pots all over the place.
Yeah, I do think embarrassment can play a part in it, and he got further and further in the hole and missing obvious balls by then, and very worried, I think, and concerned about how he was playing. In the interval, Terry Griffiths tried to steady the ship, but it doesn't help when you're 4-0 behind.
Yeah, and even frame ball. I mean, these became so much more difficult for him. Jordi came down the table, once again gave another chance to Mark Selby.
Yeah, and he was 6-0 behind.
And in total contrast, Mark Selby's played his way into form.
Yes, he has, and I think the fact that sort of Ding Junhui started to disintegrate out there gave Mark Selby even more confidence. Not only was he potting the balls, but he was also playing granite safety play that really put the heat on Ding Junhui, including that fantastic red there. He was strong amongst the balls, but he also had the better head on all day long.
Yeah, every time he missed, and it wasn't very often, Ding was always in trouble, but his potting and his break building was miles better than it's been in the event.
If he'd have converted this one chance, he could have been 7-0 in front. That was how close it was for Ding Junhui. As it was, Ding just about got it together in the end.
It always looked like Ding was going to need some help, and when Mark Selby left the blue over the pocket, it was all he needed.
Yeah, and there were a few cheers of sympathy when he did pot it, and I think he was mightily relieved. And you could see the emotion in his face for just winning a frame, which is not great from his perspective. I think he needs to be mentally strong this evening, far stronger.
Well, he showed great character to take the final frame to reduce his deficit to 4 frames, and this will be a fascinating session tonight. Rob Walker, it's all yours.
Thanks, John. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the second instalment of this year's Betfred World Snooker Championship Final. These are the occasions players dream about for decades, and this is a massive, massive night for both men here at the sport's spiritual home, the Crucible. Please welcome yesterday's record century breaker, who is today's history maker, the first Asian player ever to contest a World Championship final. 2 massive frames this afternoon have reduced his deficit. The 11-time ranking event winner is ready to continue his revival tonight as the eyes of a nation watch from afar. Enter the Chinese dragon, Ding Junhui. His opponent, a player already considered one of the game's greats. He has incredible mental strength, even when under pressure. This is his 3rd World Championship final, and he showed all his experience to produce a great start this afternoon, bidding to join an illustrious list of multiple world champions here at the Crucible. Here comes the world #1. Here comes the jester from Leicester. He's Mark Selby!
They and we are all ready for another 9 frames this evening, and we will share them in the company of Stephen Hendry and Willie Thorne. Hello to you both.
Hello, Hazel. Good evening, everybody. This is a moving day again, the second session of this World Championship final between the legend that is Ding Junhui and Mark Selby. Mark Selby obviously got up to a flyer, 6-0 in front. Ding Junhui managed to win the last 2, so he's got a foothold in the match now. He must kick on this evening's session, Stephen, and probably win it 5-3.
The cameras and the phones away now, please.
Yeah, I agree, Will. I think this is a massive session in this final for Ding Junhui. anything less than a win in tonight's session. It's hard to see, or hard to make a case for him winning this match tomorrow.
Foul. And a
I was a
miss.
little surprised he didn't do that a little bit more after this afternoon session, because he's got a brand new tip on. It's been mentioned in commentary early on by the Bulls in commentary. And when you put a new tip on, it's obviously very difficult when you're playing with little bits of side. Put that at about 10 o'clock last night, I think he put the tip on, maybe a little bit later. And the surprising thing was that Ding, having played absolutely remarkable in his semi-final, just couldn't get off to any sort of start this afternoon, and that's the kind of balls he was potting all the time yesterday, Stephen.
Yeah, and he didn't hit that well at all, didn't time it. I mean, when you miss these shots, it always looks like you've hit it far too hard, but you see where his cue finished up, he didn't even strike the cue ball where he wanted to, so I know it's only the first pot of a night session, but when you hit it as badly as that, well, it doesn't fill you with much confidence.
Especially if the red you hit goes right over the pocket.
One.
Mark Selby realises he could put this match, or this final, beyond Ding's reach if he gets off to a good start this evening. That's not as played. Didn't get into that cue ball at all well there. I don't know how the pink went in.
7.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Mark plays tonight, because all through the championship, the second sessions of his matches, he's played very, very poorly. He went 6-0 upon Kyron Wilson. And at one stage was back to only leading 8-6.
Yes, I think I may have mentioned earlier on in commentary there that there's 8 frames this evening. Of course, there's 9 in this second session. So I think we'll be looking for at least 5 or 6 frames out of the 9 this evening to get back into this match. That's an amazing stat, isn't it? They've been here for 17 days. 17 days match play, and there's still 17 points only in between them of all the matches they've played. So both been very, very consistent. That'll get his confidence a little bit better. The first one, as Stephen mentioned, missed by a long way, but that went in off the jaws. And they give you a little bit of confidence when you knock those in.
Yeah, we got so used to Ding Junhui in the semi-final against Alan McManus. As soon as he got in first in a frame, winning it in one visit, he needs to do that tonight. In these first 2 frames, one of the first 2 frames, a chance here, because that's what will give him the inspiration to get back into this match properly. Even if he wins frames scrappily, it just won't give him that
5
bit of encouragement that he's playing well enough.
10.
Taking this red off the pink spot there, which helps because the pink will go back under its own spot, and if that red is on the pink spot, that means the pink will spot. And that's
11.
Didn't want that kiss like that. I think you played around the back of that one, Stephen.
Yeah, that was a very poor positional shot. He's played a few of them today, just very tentative. Nope.
Ding Junhui, 11.
He's just not been his normal positive self when he's been in amongst the balls today.
Yes, the bad shot was the red, wasn't it? Not to get onto the pink nicely. That pink was just about missable. But this is not the start Ding was looking for this evening. The thing gives you more confidence if your opponent has 2 chances and scores very little.
One. Six. Seven. Yeah, sure.
I think the one just above the black spot will pass, so he'll probably play this a little bit high on that one, just in case he doesn't get on it properly, so he's got the one in the middle bag, just in case.
Now, this is a sort of shot, if your new tip was a bit soft, it's a hard shot to judge this. Coming out for that red, Willie's on about to the right corner. But he's played a lot of snooker with it, so I don't think the tip's any issue now in this match.
13.
He did make sure he got really high there, as you can see with the cue ball. He played for the red just above the black spot, but one thing he can't do with that shot is finish low. At least he knows he's got the one in the middle pocket just in case he went too high. Didn't play for the one in the middle, he played for the one just above the black spot. It's very awkward to get on that black, it is at the minute, until he gets someone of those 3 reds just above the black spot.
$14.
I think that's okay, he's landed on the black.
$21.
Not quite high enough. We'll probably try and screw back and get onto the blue or bought colour here, and if we don't bite into the cue ball immediately, he'll kiss the 2 reds below the pink. So he's really got to dig into the cue ball here to make sure he doesn't get that cannon on the 2 reds. Well, he's going to risk playing a run through. He won't have a lot of idea where the cue ball is going to finish.
22.
This is obviously tricky. He didn't really fancy it, did he? Because he played it so slowly. Oh, he's actually left it into the other corner. Does it pass the pink? Ding's body language tells us it's very tight. Mark Selby's had a result there. Just pot off the left-hand jaw, but I think it's a little bit risky to play it slowly. So you can just see that left-hand jaw, can't you? He's taking it on though. This could stay right over the pocket. He's got it. Very, very good shot. Can only see one jaw there. Excellent.
Yeah, that was an excellent pot. Those shots are no problem if you're just a straight shot right behind the cue ball, but at an angle and the cue ball was tight in the cushion. It's excellent cueing there. One cushion for a choice of reds here, either the red to the middle or the red to the left of the pink spot to the right corner. Let's play the cue ball in an area, which he has done. Could do it to stop a little bit, could do it to stop. That was a little bit clumsy.
7.
Well, he looked up to his friends in the players' boxes there. Okay, no problem. Potting the red, but he's got to get top side of the blue. I say no problem, he's obviously really having to cue right over the top of this red. Amazing, isn't it? Anywhere but there with the cue ball. And that's just because he played for 2 reds rather than 1, Stephen. You know, you have to play for 2 sometimes, don't you?
Yeah, as I said, it was just a clumsy positional shot from Ding. He had a huge margin for error to get in either ball, but just hit it far too hard. He needs to get in and win a frame of 1 visit, make a big break to really get his timing. He couldn't have hoped for a much easier chance. Ding's away to get this first frame under his belt, and he's let it slip.
Yes, and that was his 3rd chance. At this level, you're happy with 1.
Here's this shot. Then with a touch of left-hand side, and you see that the cue ball had a couple of feet to stop in there.
6.
His position is so pinpoint. His game's all about scoring, and he's not been doing that so far. And that's why when he comes to the table, he's just not
12.
relaxed at all.
$13.
Just got to make sure he doesn't kiss this red 4 ball, and just like to kiss it half ball just to try and be on both reds, not just 1. Now he has the angle now to bring the other red into play. Now he's 27 points in front. He doesn't need to move that red off the cushion. He can get 2 reds, 2 colours.
20.
So I'll be very surprised if he plays anything other than just to roll it in for the pink. I'll play for the blue instead, but that's no problem. Just blue,
21.
red colour, and he'll get the first frame on the board. And it's a frame that'll hurt Ding because he knows he's had 3 chances in this frame.
26.
Yeah, these long matches are all about momentum. Ding won the last 2 frames of the afternoon session, so he would like to have kept that momentum going tonight by getting a quick start.
27.
It's not happened.
He would like to have potted this last red, but as you can see, it doesn't pot. Ding Junhui is likely to come back to the table here, being only 41 points behind. Unless Mark gets him tight behind the black, then he may decide not to.
Mark Selby,
just come
34.
back to the table, but Orange Lucas and Mark Selby go further clear and now lead 7-2.
Foul. Mark Selby, 4.
Morning times when you're missing snookers off one cushion. Player of his class shouldn't do that. Doesn't really matter about the cue ball in if it goes in half. It hasn't done. Ding Junhui will stay in his chair. So no high breaks in this opening frame. As we mentioned, the worrying thing for Ding Junhui, he's had 3 glorious chances
6
to win this opening frame. And he just let his head drop a little bit sometimes. He does stay in his chair,
Mark
so
Selby,
largely due to that little break of 34 early on. Mark Selby has won the first frame of the evening session and now leads 7-2.
Well, it's hard to overstate just how popular a sportsman Ding Junhui is in China. Some 27% of the entire television audience yesterday watched him reach his first Crucible final. And those shots are from Beijing this afternoon, which is 7 hours ahead of us here in the UK, showing us that he was very much prime-time viewing attraction again in the opening session today. It's a May Day holiday there.
Snooker is getting more popular in China now because Ding Junhui made a huge contribution to it.
Ding Junhui, go, go, go!
He's pretty determined and he's pretty talented. So of course, I wish him all the best, and I hope I can see him go all the way up to the top.
Well, sport's hugely popular there now, and Ding was the first player from mainland China to ever feature at the Crucible when his debut here in 2007. Expectations have been significant and perhaps even at times, Steve, quite debilitating. What's been your experience of his popularity and that's effect on him over there?
Well, it's hard to really judge because we don't live in the country here, but we tend to get the feeling that he's a massive superstar over there and earning plenty of money. The one thing he possibly hasn't got is his hands on the World Trophy. Everything else is in place for him. We don't really know how much pressure he's under, but therefore, I think, you know, in some ways, John, there's no more pressure than 100% pressure at the Crucible, regardless of what's going on back in China.
Absolutely, Stephen. As much as he's sitting there, all he'd be thinking about at the moment is losing that first frame this evening, because that was a major blow to his chances. You know, he'd been 3 behind instead of 5 behind.
Yep, this is going to be a real test for him now. 5 frames behind at the start of the evening.
Mark Selby to break.
So Ding comes to the table. A little bit deflated he'll be after that first frame. As I said before, after winning the last 2 frames this afternoon, he would have been wanting to come out firing tonight in the first frame.
Foul and a miss. Mark Selby 4. Back.
You always tend to err on the thin side at your first attempt at this shot. Just trying to catch the outside red, but you know, if you kiss this red full, you were splitting the bunch. So you've got to be so precise with this.
Foul.
The red on the outside of the pack does pot, so I'm just wondering whether if this white bounces off the cushion, but it hasn't done, so he'll put it back again.
Yeah.
I think. Now, can he see a red full ball? Not happy with that miss for the second time. He can't quite understand what's happening. Can he big blow of the cheeks? Can't be called a miss as yet because he's
Foul and a miss. Mark Selby 4.
People talk about how many points don't you worry about giving away. You don't really worry about giving 40 points away if you get the shot right, Stephen, do you? You don't want to just smash them up and leave them in.
I don't know, 40 might be a bit strong, really, but I know what you're saying. You know, I mean, maybe even 4 or 5 fouls there. As you say, if he catches that too thick, it would be a disaster for Ding Junhui. But in the end, played it very, very well.
Well, you wouldn't think it was the same player that played yesterday. Just seems totally brave of confidence.
I don't know, since frame 1 today, Willie, he's just looked intimidated to me by Mark Selby.
I think, in fairness, it must have been a bit of a shock to the system, Stephen, that Mark Selby's played, in his own standards, very poorly throughout this championship and still got to the final. So he was probably expecting to get off to a good start. And when he saw the way Selby started, 91, 76, 120, 70, that might have been so much of a shock to the system, he's not been able to handle it. And it's like you say, he's been intimidated by him since then.
Well, it does have to be in thinking. Absolutely played. So much power in the cue ball here.
6.
Lots of left-hand side just to get that cue ball careering into the reds. Bit unlucky to catch the loose one, wasn't it, Willie? Could have opened up more.
I was just thinking if it had caught the pack a little bit thicker, there's 2 reds directly in line to bring the black into play, so that's
7.
what he was probably playing, to open them up and bring the black into play. But it's still got pink and blue in play, so we can score 40 or 50 points here without reply, and hopefully a little more.
Sure.
I know at the interval this afternoon he came straight in and asked what the Leicester score was.
12.
He was delighted to know that Leicester just played with Manchester United and won all it was.
That
was an example of very good timing there. The action he got in the cue ball for such a soft shot was excellent. He's looking at this red to the left corner. There's a possibility of cannon in the black, but the only problem is that the red's so close to the black, he can't play the cannon because of the cue ball end up too close. Be a few shots before he can get the black ball into play here.
18.
If the pink, when it goes back on his own spot, doesn't pot into the bottom right-hand corner, he'll probably play for the blue here. If it does pot in the bottom right-hand corner, oh dear. Now then, how's his tip? That's a brand new tip. They could easily
18.
split when it's brand new. But it's okay. He looked at the tip there. Tom Sheard puts all Mark Selby's tips on. He was a very good player, almost professional class. Puts Mark's tips on.
He aims so low on the cue ball, Mark Selby, when he's playing screw shots.
You'd have to say, once he's miscued though, he's been very fortunate not to leave an easier shot than this.
Can finish on the black here though, if this goes in. Good shot. An unexpected chance for Ding Junhui. Got to start taking advantage of these chances.
Keeps having a close look at his tip marks, Selby. Hopefully for him it's not made a dent in it.
Yeah, I'm sure it's okay. It just puts a little bit of doubt in your mind the next time you have to play a deep screw shot, doesn't it? Following the cue ball through the reds here. It's not guaranteed. Trying to finish on the black to the left corner. Well, and he's changed his mind. He's played the more percentage shot, where he was more guaranteed to be in position.
As we always explain in commentary, you're just playing in areas there. You don't particularly know whether you're going to get onto the blue or pink, but you're just playing an area where you get onto blue or bought colour. And you see he's a little bit betwixt and between. He's not nice on any of them. If this blue goes in, you'd expect him to win the frame because the reds and blacks are in fine position now. If it was the Ding Junhui of yesterday, you would say it's an absolute certainty to win the frame from here, but I'm not too sure yet whether he's got his confidence
14.
anywhere near where it was yesterday.
15.
This is hard to believe, really, Stephen. After 9 frames, his highest break has been 52. And then just a little series of 30 breaks since then. And yesterday, there's 7 centuries, was it?
23.
Play a little cannon in the red to the right of the pink spot here. These 5 open reds, even if it takes blacks, he's going to need one of the trickier reds.
31.
They're not too tricky, but when you're low in confidence, desperate to get frames on the board, there's nothing easy. You start to see problems before they're even there.
$38.
If this is dead straight in, it really needs to get into the cue ball to play for the red in the opposite corner, the one he's going to screw around the back of. You can't afford to finish short. Oh, he could stun up the line, so that's okay.
Sure.
So 16 points in front. These 3 loose
46.
reds will put in 40 points in front, so he's going to need at least a red and a colour off the 3 difficult reds. This was Mark Selby in the balls, thinking, oh, this is a great chance now to go 8-2. Perfect it was, just trying to... I mentioned in commentary that getting on the pink was not an option because it wouldn't have, the pink would have put in the right-hand corner. But that was a bad miscue.
47. $53. 54.
That's eclipsed his high break of 52 in frame 3. Just stun across the face of the red with the red in the opposite corner. Oh, it could just hold it. Now, he's got to get one more red and colour after this red.
$60.
We'll see after this shot which red he's going to play for.
61.
Oh, from that angle. This is not the best angle here. Was he going to play for one of the 2 reds below the black? Oh, he's played that nicely.
Yeah, sure.
I always, when it was match ball, I always hate, I would never get the cue ball cleaned because I just wanted to keep going, keep that rhythm going. I think when you stop to pause, maybe you think about the importance of the shot a bit more.
Yes, natural angle to get out onto the black, but the important thing is this red. Make sure you don't miss this. There it goes. So this is black needed now.
Yeah, but make sure you get on that red, the left-hand side cushion, and pot that red. The last thing he needs is 15-20 minutes of trying to get out snookers.
And Steve Davis John Higgins and Mark Selby are three people you'd have never wanted to carry on
76.
against. If they need 4 or 5 snookers, you would have felt happy, but if they needed just one, it was always dangerous. So this just as important as any other ball in this break. Well, 76 is not going to be enough. Mark Selby will carry on, but barring those snookers, Ding Junhui would have pulled him back at 73.
One. Eight. Nine.
No, it obviously means nothing really, but I think it's
16.
It'd be good for Ding Junhui to clear the colours here. Just keep potting balls. Well, he's not cleared the colours. He's missed that yellow,
16 on the
but
frame.
aided by his highest break of the match so far, 76. Ding Junhui gets his first frame on the board tonight. Mark Selby still has that 4-frame deficit at 7-3.
And we saw Mark Selby miss cue earlier on in that frame. And just to get your perspective on this, he changed the tip of his cue last night after the semi-final. We were talking about how big a gamble that was. Why would a professional like him need to do it? Why would you want to do it at such a critical time in a championship?
Apparently the tip had become rock hard. It was probably getting down very low. He's been playing throughout the whole tournament. Chalking a tip, it basically is grit you use, scrapes away the surface, so it does wear out pretty quickly if you're playing a hell of a lot of snooker as you would do in the Worlds. And he must have felt as if he wasn't getting the feel. The trouble is, going to a bigger tip and a brand new one, is it then goes from being rock hard to potentially quite soft and spongy. Whether that affected that particular shot or not is hard to say.
It's been a gamble, though, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's one that he felt he had to take. He was telling me that when he was screwing back, the tip was right next to the ferrule. He could almost hear the ferrule contacting the ball, so it was something that he had to do. But it is a gamble. It happened to me in a final many years ago. Mine split in the semi-final. I didn't have a tip that was broken in. I'm a big advocate of having a few old tips knocking around. So if it happens to you, you can swap one over, and at least you know it's going to play like your tip at the time.
Exactly.
A lot of people have asked, you know, on social media, about why don't players have another cue ready? But the trouble is, every cue's different. You know, the tip's going to be different, but every cue is different, so the dynamics of the cue change, so you can't. So the best you can do is what John said, have some spare tips that you've already played in, but then the trouble is gluing them on perfectly is always difficult.
OK, Ding Junhui to break. He's got his first one on the board this evening.
Yes, totally agree with Steve as well about the cue and the tip, and of course most people go throughout their career with just one cue as well. But this is the miscue. Be interesting to see whether Dean decides to play a little bit more aggressive safety now, just to try and get the balls open. That's where he'd like to play. He doesn't want to be playing Mark Selby his own game. I'm a little surprised he didn't play it thicker than that. He can win safety battles against Mark Selby, but you'd say that 7 out of 10 Mark Selby would win them.
Yeah, especially over a long 4-session match. You see 10% difference. So it's plain to see who's going to win the majority of the tactical exchanges. If Dean can just start getting in early in frames and winning frames in one visit, interesting to see how Selby reacts.
Well, lots of times you always played the thick safety, didn't you? You wanted balls in open play. When you score like Ding, who I think is probably the second best break bowler in the game at the moment.
Exactly, you've got to play to your strengths. That was a good shot. I haven't got the cue ball in the dog cooking, but when you're hitting across, those shots are so easy to catch them thick. If Mark Selby's playing the loose red here, just be careful, he catches it thin. He could knock another red over this right corner. I think that's why he's playing a thick contact on it. It's still gone there.
Just not quite enough sticking out. So just trying to rest on. I'm looking at the way he's playing it. If he comes a little bit too far out, the one to the right of the black will pot.
And also the red that's just up from the cue ball near the right hand side cushion, I think pots to the far yellow pocket. There you see, I think that'll be the one that Mark Selby will be taking on. Obviously the red that's to the left of the cue ball, he doesn't want to leave that, so that might be a reason for him turning this down. And the fact that he's gone up to the bulk area to look at where the safe air is shows me that he's probably not going to take the pot on here. And this is one of the reasons why he's such a tough match player. 7-3 ahead, but still keeping Ding Junhui under severe pressure. I don't think I could have turned that red down to the yellow pocket, Willie.
I think you'd have played it slow as well and tried to cover the pocket with yellow and brown and been on baulk colour. A lot of the players that got knocked out in this tournament should have a look at the way Mark Selby's come through this tournament. I mean, he hasn't played anywhere near his A game, and he's still ground out results. I mean, I love Sean Murphy, Judd Trump, and all those kind of people, but they seem to not win frames unless they make a 60.
To the right middle, what a result it's had there.
One.
Had to make that pot, but had no idea really where the cue ball was going to go. See, cue ball was always going to be canning another red, so bound to leave something on, as you can see there, if he'd missed it.
That's a little bit worrying, really, because Mark Selby knew that having had that little slice of fortune, that pink, you'd expect him to knock it in.
Yeah, I just wonder, Will, if he's going to have one of these dodgy second sessions again.
One. Yeah, sure.
That's not the best shot Ding's ever played. Might have to play this blue to the far corner now. He'll probably just make sure the pot and play for the red to the right middle, but he can play for the two reds to the right, the black. Well, in fact, he's taking the blue on to left middle. So can lose the cue ball here. And that's okay, got enough check side on the white. So what a chance. He's 76 in the last frame, his highest break of the match.
6.
So hopefully getting more confident.
7.
I know you spend an awful lot of time in China these days, Stephen, playing a bit of pool. How big a star is Ding in China?
Well, he's just a massive sporting idol in China. I think now I've been to about 50 cities in China, and wherever you go, everyone just asks, the first thing they ask you, how's Ding Junhui? Is he going to win the World Championship? If he does, it'll just be incredible for him. Be quite scary even.
13.
How popular he'll become.
It's noticeable he's just upped his pace slightly with that 76 in the last frame and these few points here. And that's what he did. I was surprised earlier on when I was watching it in the hotel room. His average shot time was very, very poor. It was 29 seconds a shot
20.
At one time. You can see now it's 27. I mean, Ding's a 22nd man, isn't he?
Yep, he's just a scoring machine, and that's what he's got to do. That's his biggest strength. Well, he won't be happy with that shot.
The reason Stephen said that, he was trying to miss
28.
those two reds, just pinch a little bit more of the pocket, and he missed those two reds, bounced on and off the cushion for choice of three reds. As you can see now, he's hampered. Still be on the black though, should it go in. You can see by the time he played that shot, really concentrated on that one. That's his target, 69.
36. 37.
You'd have to say that the 5 reds, that's the first red of the 5 that are in the middle of the table. So if he puts 5 reds and 5 blacks, he's in the position where Mark would need snookers. So he doesn't have to worry about the 4 that are pretty near the cushion.
44. 45.
The magnificent arena, the Crucible Theatre, Sheffield, no better place. in the one-table situation. I was doing a little bit of hospitality earlier on, Stephen, and there was people from Switzerland, Norway, Canada, America,
53.
all in the hospitality room having dinner and then coming in to watch this final. So we're getting people from all over the world coming to watch now.
But this will
60.
Starting to feed Ding Junhui's confidence. As we said, 76 in the last frame, 61 and counting here.
Just the red needed to leave Mark Selby needing a snooker. As we said in the previous frame, make sure you put at least one more red.
66.
Leave Mark Selby in his chair. Now you've got a bit of rhythm going. The last thing you want is your opponent to come back to the table and start playing snookers.
67.
Just about got the worst angle on the black. I think he would try and move the red that's near his right eye there. Just make sure the next red, and Mark Selby will stay in his chair. We could see the first century from Ding Junhui in this match. Made 12 centuries already. The record is Stephen Hendry, 16. That could be another one of your records that goes, Stephen.
81.
Excellent part. He's getting his rhythm back now.
And this is exactly what he needed.
87. $95.
This will be the 83rd century.
96.
In the tournament so far. I'm sure people were wondering when Ding Junhui was going to try and find the form he did in the semi-final. He's just found it now. 10 up, everybody.
103.
76 in the previous frame. 103
in the frame.
103 in the next frame. He's closing the gap. But Selby still leads by 7 frames to 4.
Welcome to the game, Ding Junhui. It's more like it. More what we expected to see. So that incredible performance, incredible scoring performance in the semi-final against Alan McManus.
Thank you. Frame 12. Mark Selby to break.
Mark Selby breaks off, and that red in that last frame, Willie, that he turned down to the far yellow pocket, it'd be a dangerous thing to Mark Selby to go negative and try and protect his lead.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, that's what you'd be thinking of doing, wouldn't you? You know, don't make any silly mistakes, but he should be kicking on when he's got Ding playing poorly. But of course now Ding with that 76 and 103, he appears to be in stroke now. Ding coming into this session would have thought, you just play every session as a mini session. There's 4 frames, this is the last before the interval. Win it 3-1 if I can. There's 5 frames after the interval, win it at least 3-2. And then he's right back into the match. And that's what Terry would have been installing into him. He winced there and smiled. He hit that totally wrong. He played it half ball, hit it quarter ball, and just look at his expression on his face when he played it. He realised, having played the kiss on got the kiss on the pink, how lucky he was. That tells a story. All of a sudden, Mark Selby's safety that's been excellent in this match so far. Starting to not get the pace of the cue ball. Very rarely do you see Mark Selby hitting ball colours in his safety. And this is close. That's more like Mr. Selby. He played a couple of 2-cushion escapes earlier on and didn't get close on the first 2 attempts. He's playing another 2-cushion escape here. I think he's missing it first try at this angle. It always looked like he was going to be miles away. I was directly beyond the line there.
Foul and a miss.
It was nearer before he hit it.
Mark Selby 4.
He seemed to put the wrong side on there. Obviously he played with running side to widen the angle off his second cushion. He seemed to play that plain ball, if not with a little bit of left-hand side. It just straightened up completely. So at least he'll know now he needs to play a little bit of right-hand side, not plain ball.
Okay, anything? Okay, Mark.
Well, we're directly
Foul.
behind the
And a
line,
miss.
and it's not on playing ball. He's going to have to
Selby
play it with a
full.
little bit of right-hand side. But he's worried about hitting one of the Reds' full ball.
Okay, there, Ding.
Not too sure he can see the cushion now. I think it needs to come a little bit further back towards Ding. Yes.
A
So
bit
does
more
he.
cushion, yeah. How's that? Okay, Mark. Thank you.
Just needs a little fraction of right-hand side to widen the angle for second cushion, and he'll get very close. He's playing ball again. He may come inside it again.
Foul. And a miss.
Well, if we can see
Mark
from
Selby
here,
full.
you'd think he'd be able to see from down there.
Okay, Mark.
Well, looks like he's still playing ball.
Foul.
Got to play it
Miss.
with a little bit of right-hand side. Mind you, it's a free
Selby
ball.
full.
That'll be a catastrophe if that's a free ball.
Mark.
No, it's not.
Mark.
Yeah, within range, as you say, they put a slight choice to right hand side. And in the end, played the shot beautifully. But unfortunately, he's going to give Mark Selby a 16-point start now in this frame.
Yes, we were talking a little bit early, weren't we? No, I suggested you don't mind giving 40 points away. I think I was being a little generous there, but you certainly don't mind giving 20 points away in that situation. Where's that red going? And the kiss as well. It never rains, but it pours for Ding Junhui supporters. The fluke was a bad thing to take. The kiss on the brown was even worse.
Four.
Okay, the fluke's bad enough. It was a three-ball plant virtually, but look at the kiss on the white here, on the brown. The only good thing for Ding Junhui supporters is both black.
Five.
And when the pink goes onto its own spot, it's only going to be available into one pocket at the moment, maybe two. So a little bit of work to do to make this a frame-winning opportunity, but the black will be available into the left-hand corner. We may play the cannon onto the two reds now, the red just above the black.
11.
Needs to hit the joint of the two reds, just to push them both out of the way. That's the one.
12. 19. $20.
Oh, these reds are now perfect with black in open plate. We haven't played that kind of very well.
Well, that's a shocker from Mark Selby.
27.
It really is.
Was he trying to push through the red, Stephen, or did he think that he was playing through the gap?
Well, even the pace he played it, I presumed he thought he was just going to kiss it full ball and leave the red to the left corner. I'm stunned by that shot, really. I mean, he's finished nowhere.
Yeah, let's have a look at this one again. What the pace he plays it, Steve. I think he might have thought he was going through the gap. No, he can't. He couldn't have hit it that bad, could he? Yes, wasn't happy with that shot, was he? And he may have to play safe now.
Yeah, and I was just about to say how it was going to be important for Mark Selby to get back into this final session by winning a frame in one visit, but that ship sailed now.
Yes, when you have the lead that Mark did 6-2, you're just thinking every mini session, just make sure I do no worse than draw the session. So he'd be looking to win this frame, to come out of this session 2-2.
Well, he's looking at this red. That's the bottom of the three reds below the pink to the right corner. It's a thin cut. Obviously no idea where the cue ball's going to end up, so again, erring on the side of caution. Some place to play snooker, isn't it, Willie?
The best. Not a lot of people, not every player likes it. I mean, you've been retired a few years now, Stephen. Do you still get a buzz when you arrive at Sheffield?
I was just going to say that when we're standing in the arena today doing some TV work before it started, you get goosebumps when you're in this arena, and very jealous of these two players walking out today.
That sounds like you're going to make a comeback. You know you want to.
Stop it now, Willie.
Do you remember that, Stephen? Unfortunately, I never got near it. I'm sure you've got one more in you, Steve.
This red goes to the right corner, and Dingham's playing here. Got to find that gap. Well, in fact, he's played the safety, and it's gone wrong. At first glance, he's not left anything easy. Same red, two down from the pink, pots to the right corner. It could be one of these times where a bad shot by Ding might actually get him in here, because he's forced Mark to take on a tricky red.
Be interested to see what pace he plays it, whether he plays for the black in the same pocket or plays for the black in the right-hand corner. Well, that's was his choice. And played to drift by the black. Didn't quite get into the cue ball enough. Played to get onto the black in the same pocket he was playing the red in. Just didn't quite get into the cue ball.
Brown ball. Foul. The miss, Mark Selby 1, Ding Junhui 4.
He's got a decision here, Ding Junhui, because if he puts Mark Selby back in, he's every chance of playing the shot right the second time.
So would you put him back in from here then? Let him play from where the balls are now? You're not going to answer me then?
Yeah, this is tricky, this. Obviously the brown is hampering cueing. Can't get to the right-hand side of the reds to play the easy return to bulk. Possibly see the red is tight on the black cushion, but that's... So when you're hitting across, it's very easy to get those thick. So I think play from there, I think.
There's a lot of thinking time going on. There's one thing for certain, Mark won't be playing a pot off this safety shot. So it may be worth making him play from there.
Yeah, when you look at this shot, you think this is really awkward. I don't fancy playing this. I think if I do, am I going to leave Mark with an even more difficult shot than this? I would think not.
You'd be happy with that safety shot if you played it, wouldn't you?
From there, please, Mark.
From there, so he's eventually telling Mark to play from there. So this safety shot is tough.
Well, we've obviously been highlighting the fact that Mark Selby's got a new tip. If he's playing this red, when it gets a touch aside on it, if the tip's a little bit soft, he could completely miss-hit this shot. Especially bridging over the brown, aiming down. This sort of shot is when a soft tip is no good.
Almost perfect. That's why Ding took such a long time to decide whether to do it. He knew that Mark Selby could play a telling safety shot. He almost did.
Well, the aggressive safety is to take that red away from the black. Cue ball in behind the brown. It's a decent line, it's just not hit it hard enough.
Yes, Mark Selby wouldn't have played it that way because obviously he's got that 40-point lead. The fact that Ding's 40 points behind, that's why Stephen suggested he brings the black into play, which he has done. So I would suggest whoever pots the next red is going to be favourite to win this frame. Another excellent safety.
Thanks.
Yeah, if Ding can't get to the edge of that red he was just looking at, to the right of the pink, he's in a bit of trouble here.
Is it just an edge sticking out? He doesn't think so. We know the two cushion escapes he's not been very good this evening. He can't go in off because he can't hit it thick enough, so he'll either have to hit this thing and get a good safety or miss the ball altogether. Hit it and got a good safety, well done. We mentioned the points were pretty level and aggregate throughout the whole tournament. Just look at that. There are 3 balls different between these two players from the whole tournament. I think they've played each other 20 times. It's 10 each in matches. Lots of right-hand side there. Yes, without that right-hand side, he'd been crewing into that red. He realised he came very close to it. I was just going to say Mark Selby's won the safety battle, but where that white's finished, maybe not. Bit fortunate there, Ding. Played it too well. He'd have been hoping to be on the brown nicely. There wasn't a lot of room for this red to go in. Amazing, he's finished just in the place where it'd be too risky to pot the brown.
Mark Selby 1.
Mark can pot the one. He's just coming around to look at the angle. He can pot this red in the corner, but because he's got to swing it round, probably have trouble missing the kiss on the red and pink on the way back, so he probably won't play the pot. He's going to go through the gap to hit the one just below the pink. And cue ball him behind the yellow.
There you see the situation Ding Junhui's faced with. It's not good. And he doesn't want to slip past this red. That's tight on the cushion that he's playing. Doesn't want to hit it on the left-hand side of it. That's a good shot.
Touching ball.
It's almost impossible to run up to a baulk colour when you're 2 or 3 inches behind it and leave touching ball. He's come the best part of 12 feet there to leave that touching ball. Amazing. He'll be in trouble with his next shot now, though. "15 minutes interval after this frame." Mark Selby will be delighted to have come out this session 2-2 because Ding started to play a little bit. That's pretty good because the red that's tight on the cushion, which is the normal way back to baulk. Playing that thin, you can easily hit it thick, and then you'll have to avoid cannon on the red and the blue on the way back. So this is not straightforward.
Oh, and this what I mentioned the last time he played the shot. If that was a little bit harder, he could
Foul.
pass the left-hand
Miss.
side of that red. Could easily leave
Mark
that on
Selby
to the
full.
right corner.
Back. It's short right there, isn't it? It's full ball on that red, wouldn't it? So, okay. Thanks.
This looks quite pacey. And good shot.
Yes, if he moves the red that's to the right of the black there, he means he can't play the same shot again. If he can put the white in the same place, he wouldn't dare risk that same shot again, Ding, because he would leave the one to the left of the black. So it may be worth just flicking off that red that he's closest to. He's looking at that angle now. It's all about missing the kiss on the brown if he does play it. Just giving up to a minute and a half.
Yeah, we've just gone over the 30-minute mark for this frame, and I think in Ding Junhui's semi-final against Alan McManus, you could count on one hand the amount of frames he had over 30 minutes. So this is territory that definitely suits Mark Selby.
it misses the green, it's good. But it hasn't, so maybe a tempter for Mark Selby here. Either the one that's just on the pink spot. You can cut that in back to baulk. Well, he's been very fortunate there. And he's played to get back into baulk. And I've got to be honest, like what he's suggesting now, how on earth has that white got anywhere near the jaws when I've nearly got the pot? Is it the pot too thin, Stephen? Oh, obviously it's flicked off that red half ball.
Could have been left something easier than this. Yeah, it's a decent pot. Yeah, because he potted the red thick, it looks like he stopped in time for the green, so I thought he was going to just sneak behind the yellow. You see, he just goes in the right-hand side of the pocket. Too early to talk about winning the frame at this visit, I think, but certainly enough reds there to get right back into this frame.
Sure. 5.
I was in commentary this morning, or this afternoon I should say, talked about the turning point in frame 2 when Ding made a break of 52 and lost it. This could be a similar pattern here for Ding to get his own back, because Mark Selby has been in control of this frame. And Ding would then win this mini session 3-1, be right back into the game.
11.
Pot success this session tells you that Mark Selby is not in the form he was earlier on today. You have to be at least 90-92 at this standard.
12.
Mark Selby just in front on the match on the pot success. But should Ding pot 3 or 4 more reds here, I think there'll be parity in that department as well.
18. $19. 26. 27.
Stephen mentioning it right back in the frame. He has done that now. The next red. Well, there's 2 reds are no real problem.
He hit that
34.
one nicely. And if he's looking to win the frame at this visit, I suggest screwing back for the pink to leave an angle to take that red. The most awkward red of those 2 by the left cushion. The one closest to the middle pocket pots. So no need to move that, but I think I'd be stunning for a half ball pink here.
And the reason Stephen's suggesting that is because even if he gets a bad
35.
hit on the red he's going to bring into play, he still should be able to pot the one that's nearest the middle pocket. So this is good thinking from Ding. If it goes right, he can now win the frame.
Can you turn that off, please?
Well, now he's looking to pot the red to the left middle and take the other red out with that rather than with the pink. Only problem with this, if he catches the cannon too thick, he leaves the cue ball on the side cushion.
Yeah,
41.
The contact he needs to make on the red has got to be half ball. You wouldn't want to be playing the pink from where the red is.
Yeah, can you take it out now, please? You see who it is?
We've got a problem with either a mobile phone or something, I'm not sure.
Take it out now, please. Okay, thank you.
Oh, it doesn't look like Ding's playing that cannon now, Stephen. He was, he got it half ball.
42.
Yeah, it's actually maybe just the contact was just a little bit thin there. Just concentrating on making sure he didn't hit a full ball contact to leave that cue ball on the cushion. But still, it has made it into a more potable red.
.48.
There's no doubt, after making those 2 breaks, he's looking far more composed at the table, although straight on the black is no good.
Yes, he can get onto the red if he plays the pink in the middle at pace, but a lot more difficult playing it at pace to get right back over the other side of the table.
Yeah, if he's straight in the black, all he can do is play for the red to the far green pocket. Unless he chose to play it with a lot of right-hand side, which obviously makes this black missable. Yeah, so it's red to far right corner.
Yeah, sure.
And may even have the angle to go up to play the brown
56.
to the right centre, or even brown to the green, same pocket as he's potting the red. That'd be a good idea to get that brown away from that awkward position.
Yeah, I like that choice. Decided he could hold for the blue, knowing that the green was in the way should the red not go in. There's now 12 points in front.
Blue, yellow and green will leave him 22 in front with 22 in the table. That's why I thought he might choose to play for the brown there. So green to brown is the shot, or he may risk taking the brown off, but I don't think so.
62.
In fact, if he needed all the balls, I suggest possibly taking the brown away from there.
.64.
He doesn't want to be just off straight. He wants to get as close to that brown as possible.
How's the cue ball? He'll be happy with that.
Great shot. That was a great shot. So just the brown. Excellent break this has been. When he came to the table, it didn't look like a frame-winning opportunity. This is a lot more like
76.
maybe two.
So last few frames bits of 76, 103 and 89. Ding Junhui is right back in this final. The trails 7-5.
Yeah, he's won 5 of the last 6, and as Stephen says, 3 in a row, and suddenly the real Ding Junhui has appeared inside the Crucible Theatre, just as he did in the semi-final where he made 7 centuries, record-breaking feats then, and it looks like he's found his rhythm and found his home. And gentlemen, how do you rate the way he's fired back in this evening, Sid?
Fantastic, tremendous character. We mentioned earlier in the tournament that, you know, the one thing that I'd been really impressed with is his attitude. I don't think he shirked any issue that's come up this week. When he played Judd Trump, it wasn't an easy match. Martin Gould in the first round wasn't an easy match. He was behind in that one, and every time he's been asked a question, he's found something. Today it wasn't looking likely. We have to be honest, 6-0 down. It was looking like one-way traffic. But since then, fantastic, and his scoring's come back. He's finally taken the chokes come out of the machine, and all of a sudden it started potting balls.
Exactly. Importance of that century in the penultimate frame. It was his 13th of this championship so far.
Well, I think everything's important when you're sort of on the comeback trail, that you keep up the momentum. But I mean, if you go back in time to the first session and you think how close Mark Selby was to getting to 7-0, then you start to go, the what-ifs of the game are always quite amazing. But it looks like a new model they've sent out for this now. They've rebuilt him, you know. And he looked like a rabbit in the headlights to start this World Championship final off. He really looked tall to see. He looked like he panicked that the fact he was in the final. But he steadied the ship, and it's all of a sudden quite interesting, I think.
It sure is. And I know Ken Doherty, the 1997 champion, has been watching it all from the practice room. What have you got for us, Ken?
Yeah, it's quite interesting, and I think Stephen Hendry picked up on something, particularly from Mark Selby's point of view. He was 7-3 ahead. Now, just have a look at the situation of the table here. He's trying to keep the pressure on Ding, of course, which is no harm, but he plays a safety shot here when he possibly could have been a little bit more aggressive. OK, he plays straightforward safety shot, cue ball down to bulk area, trying to get it tight to the ball cushion. But Stephen Hendry quite rightly picked up a possibility that he's trying to maybe protect his lead, Mark Selby, instead of trying to be his normal game, which is sometimes you have to be a little bit aggressive. Now, here's the situation. We sort of set it up again. He plays a very simple shot, as you saw, off the side cushion. But what he could have done was had a go with this red up into the yellow pocket, and he could have played it with a touch of safety. He's probably been a little bit aggressive taking it on. If he pots it, I'll have a go at it here. If he pots it, he gets on the blue or he's on a ball colour. If he misses it, he's still got yellow, brown, possibly green if the cue ball travels down here, that he has as a blocker. But what he shouldn't do, Mark Selby, he shouldn't try and protect his lead. He can't coast to the finish line. He's got to try and be aggressive when it needs to be aggressive, and he has to be passive when he needs to be passive. But he cannot try and coast, as I said.
It's a long way to coast, isn't it? A long way to go before tomorrow evening's final session. Now, if you're with us this afternoon in the opening session of this year's final, you'll have seen that the great Stephen Fry posing us a question which was maybe a little bit easier than the ones he's been throwing at us all week. Well, I wonder what he's got lined up for us in what is his last QI quiz.
Hello, we're seeking perfection today in this, our last QI quiz at the Crucible. So we'd like maximum effort to get the old grey matter going. Our brilliant celebrity guests want to go out on the ultimate high as they and you attempt to answer this. In snooker, what were as rare as hen's teeth in the 80s and are now 10 a penny? Get involved on social media using #QI and we shall discuss it all anon.
And we shall leave that with you. Now, it feels like we've been waiting an awfully long time to see Ding Junhui make it into snooker's premier final. After all, he's 29 years of age now. He turned pro at 16, and he's been turning heads ever since. But despite the fact that he's made his house and he's living here in Sheffield, he's never really looked at home here in the Crucible Theatre until this year. Now, Rob Walker caught up with him last night after his celebrations coming through in his semi-final.
Ding, congratulations. Here you are, ready for the biggest match of your life, and yet you seem so calm.
I don't want to get too excited because Haven't finished yet. I have to do the last match and stay calm. Every time I win a good match, and my confidence builds up a little bit. So now it's very relaxed and confidence to play.
You always get a great reception from the crowd as well. I think people feel as though you're almost an adopted Yorkshireman because you've lived here in Sheffield for 10 years. Do you regard this as home?
I know Sheffield a lot, and because I first moved here 2007. I feel like home. I bought a house here. I live in Sheffield. I love here because nice area to live in.
Give us an idea as to how much pressure you do feel, for instance, when you go to the China Open and you perform in Beijing.
When I play home game in China, I feel a lot of pressures because I don't want to play badly when I stand out there.
And have you gained a sense from here in Sheffield, as this tournament has progressed, that excitement is growing in China?
I can't keep with because the people, my friends keep sending me, or sometimes they know that they're exciting them more than me. So.
Are you someone who shies away from, television interviews when you go home, questions about your private life?
I will tell what you want to know. I will not tell you don't need to know. So that's okay to talk about my life, what I'm doing, what I'm doing home, private. Okay, I don't mind, but if I don't want to tell, just don't tell.
If you were to win the world title, it would obviously be amazing for you, but it would also be amazing for snooker in China.
I think at the moment it's focus on my own games and to done the way I dreamed. Want to win the world titles, and also if I win it, I will give a lot of confidence to some young boys still going on this road to keep going. They see that we got a chance to win the world titles. Doesn't mean Chinese people can't win. So we can win, and we got confidence. If we're doing well, we can be there and to win the titles.
And also, it would be amazing for your family as well, because I think sometimes the sacrifices your parents have made have been overlooked. There are stories about your father, having to sleep on the floor to help fund your snooker.
My father done a lot, great job for me. When I was 13 years old, maybe we living not so quite good, but he's tried to put me fully focused on the practice, and he's done everything for me. And also we got the faith we can do. We can do successful, we can make it, and yeah, we did.
So what an amazing way it would be to reward all your father's faith and hard work by lifting that trophy on Monday night.
Oh, he will cry.
Well, he rarely shows his emotion. He's such a sweet person, very humble man, and very well liked actually. And as usual, he's just going through his paces at the interval. Always comes in for a little practice with his coach Terry Griffiths. And when you think this was the man who won the World Under-21 Championship at 15 years of age and turned 16. I mean, so many people thought that he was going to beat Stephen Hendry's record as the youngest Crucible winner, but it's taken him a very long time to get here and into this final. Why?
Lots of good players about. Simple as that. It's, I don't know whether there's many other things. I mean, obviously being away from home can't be easy. We forget about that. We're all based here. He's got to come away and get used to things. But there's just lots and lots of good players about. And sometimes, a little bit of luck here and there going your way can be the difference. But interesting, he's in there practicing. I bet he's a lot better than he was when he was 6-0 down.
Oh,
going in there. I mean, the early first in the part of the match where he was in there trying to knock a few balls down, 4-0 behind, wasn't he, at the interval? Be far better than they with Terry now.
Yeah, absolutely. You forget though he's 29 years of age, and as an 18-year-old he was playing you, and 21-year-old, beg your pardon, he was playing you in the UK Championship final, and he achieved so much before he even turned 20. Winner of 3 world ranking titles, and he's been a phenomenon, just waiting to explode in terms of the Crucible. And I guess this year, being a qualifier, in some respects, has that actually helped his challenge, do you think, Steve?
Well, it may well have done, or it may well be that he's got to have played through this amount of snooker before he's matured. Or, of course, it could just be the randomness of how you turn up at the World Championship and how you get through the matches. Yeah, I've not seen every one of his matches here at the Crucible. There might have been turning points in games he lost that if he'd have won his first round match, he would have gone on to better things quicker. What you can say is a player of Ding Junhui's standing, you feel it would be criminal if he didn't at some stage win the World Championship, but it does happen.
Also, I think another thing we forget about is he didn't particularly like the venue, did he? You know, when he first came, it just seemed to be like a cauldron for him, and maybe he's under so much pressure. You know, I remember John Higgins when he came here, he didn't like it the first year he came in, but he soon got used to it and won 4 World Championships. But it's a venue he never really felt at home in, I don't think.
This afternoon, when he won that first frame, to reduce the deficit from 6-0 to 6-1, there was an actual tear in his eye.
Yeah.
Now, that's a very unusual thing for a player during a game to... I think perhaps he might be a lot more emotional as a person and a player as we ever thought possible from his deadpan face and the machine-like way he goes about things. You know, he could be so emotional in some ways that it's affected him a little bit, and he's needed a lot more time to become mature in that department.
Indeed, yeah, and as he's obviously told us in the interview, he's a very private person, but a very likeable man, as I say, and he's trying to become only the 3rd ever qualifier to go on and win this title. Now, that really has been one of the stories of the whole championship, is the story of the qualifiers. They have come barging through, old and new, creating headlines right from the off some 15 days ago.
Welcome to the Crucible Theatre, Betfred World Snooker Championship 2016.
Steve Davis, this arena is all yours.
The Brace's scoreline, it's 5-2. Ooh, how did that drop? Oh, well, what has he done there?
Nobody would have applauded if he got it the normal way, would they?
Oh, and he's fluked the blue. Stuart Bingham, you'll be back, no doubt about that.
Yeah, well, this is the shot, and if he goes by the green, he won't leave it on, but... Yeah, excellent shot.
To make the century, he's going to need the awkward pink. Shout 4. Hang on, hang on, hang on, hang on, hang on, yes! Hit the pink first. Now try and put those back together.
We'll join you again in about 10 minutes' time.
This is an absolute crackerjack.
Well, if you can't beat them, stab them. That's the game.
Soon, the tension is going to increase as these players focus their minds. No, what was that?
Are you just winding me up there?
I hope your eyes are good.
Go on!
It's the Crucible Theatre, made by Lego. What a fantastic achievement.
Thank you very much.
It's a long walk to the table over there. I mean, you need a taxi ride to get over the table. Cheers.
Steve Davis has just had a marriage proposal live on the BBC.
It's the hit and hope. Oh! There's no other spot available.
What a shot that was. Couldn't have played it any better.
Usually a handshake. It's a loving.
Barry Hawkins has done what he's not done for 14 years, beat Ronnie O'Sullivan on the biggest stage of all.
He had to play 3 qualifying matches to get here. He's there, and he's now in the quarter-final.
Can you believe what you've just seen? John can.
Well, I've never, ever, in the history of playing snooker, ever seen that happen off a break-off. Marco just laughing. Absolutely remarkable. One of the best matches I've ever seen in my life.
I'll play the black. There's a smile there. Don't miss the black now, Kieran. absolutely superb, and he wants the crowd to give him a big round of applause, and they respond. The world #1 that finishes in style.
It's all still to play for, so welcome to a fabulous Friday here in Sheffield.
The old tartan trousers are bringing a bit of luck. Is Tip come on?
You're kidding.
Oh dear.
He'll probably glue his fingers to the cue as well as...
5 centuries in 9 frames. Unbelievable.
Little trick shot. Well, hold on. Wait for the black.
This time it's really close.
There it is. Finishes off with a trick shot. Are you watching? Are you watching, you lot? Oh dear.
Yeah, it's been bizarre at times, but it has, as ever, been absolutely brilliant. We really hope you've enjoyed the last 15 days with us on the BBC. But that last shot you saw there with Mark Selby alongside Willie Thorne reminds me that this could be the first part of a sporting double for the city of Leicester. So can Mark Selby outfox all comers again?
So what's your initial thoughts on reaching your 3rd World Final?
More elation than anything else. I felt a lot more pressure out there this time than what I did 2 years ago when I was playing nearly in the semi-final to get to the final. And then whether it's because, like you say, to get to another final and have a chance to win it for the 2nd time, now I have won it before. Whether it's that bit of pressure, I'm not too sure, but I definitely felt a lot more edgy this year out there. I mean, not just in the semi-final, but in most matches, really.
Now, your preparation's slightly different for this one, of course, and you took a bit of time off. Was that just to try and stay fresh for the Crucible? Yeah, and at the minute, I mean, it seems to have worked. Performance-wise, it's not been too good, but as far as the results, I mean, I'm still in, and I've still got a chance to win it, so it seems to be working at the moment. Was that to the detriment, do you think, sometimes of your match play, really, not having a couple of matches coming in, or do you think you've got away with it a little bit? Yeah, possibly, because I mean, I was still putting the hours in practicing on my own at home, but when you're playing on your own, you feel as though you're playing well, but because you're not tested, you don't really know where your game's at, and I didn't really practice with anyone coming into the World Championships. Joe Perry asked me for a game, but we was quite close to each other in the draw, so I didn't bother doing that. But I mean, yeah, in patches I've seemed to be caught out, but I've sort of got away with one, really. Now, what about your thoughts on your opponent, Ding Junhui? He's been flying, making centuries all over the place. It's going to be a tough game, isn't it? It will be a tough game, yeah. I mean, I need to up my game and score a lot better as well. As you say, Ding's playing fantastic. I think he made 6 or 7 centuries in his semi-final game, so I know what I'm up against. Sometimes I tell myself I'm going to be positive, then I go out there and I'm not. I can't afford to go into my shell against Ding because I've got no chance of winning. Now, experience, is that going to be an advantage? Because obviously it's the first time Ding has been in a Crucible final. It must count for something. Yeah, I suppose so. I mean, as you say, I still need to get off to a good start and capitalise on that, because I suppose if Ding's going to feel anything, it'll probably be at the start of the match. So if there's a little bit edgy there, hopefully I can capitalise on a good first session. And funnily enough, if you win, this will be your first trophy this season. Hard to believe, isn't it? It is, yeah. I mean, I won a smaller PTC, but as far as the main ranking events, I've not won anything as such, as you say. So for this to be my first tournament, it's not a bad one, I suppose, in a season. Now, I probably know the answer to this, but what would it mean to you to win 2 World Championships? Oh, it'd be amazing. I mean, even when I won my first was a fantastic feeling. Everyone back home was saying, oh, great, if you win it again, it'd be even better. And well, I've given myself a chance by getting into final again. So, yeah, I'll be trying my hardest. And if I do win it for a second time, it will be quite emotional, I think. It's been a wonderful season for the city of Leicester, hasn't it? Looks like they're going to win the Premier League. Mark Selby could win the World Championship. Will you stop texting me then if you do that? Possibly, yeah. I mean, I'll probably still send you the pictures of the Premier League trophy with Leicester on. But, yeah, I mean, unbelievable, really, as far as the football club goes. I mean, this time last year, there was like struggling to stay up, and now they've been top of the Premier League for the majority of the season and look really close to doing it. So hopefully they'll do it. Monday night, hopefully I'll do it.
And from foxes, we're back to hen's teeth. I will let Mr. Fry explain one last time.
Well, over the last few decades, we've seen fantastic developments in the standard of play in our favourite game of snooker. And today's question underlines that. I asked you what were as rare as hen's teeth in the 80s and are now 10 a penny. Our QI guests should know the answer better than anyone.
In the 80s, what was as rare as hen's teeth and now 10 a penny? Kicks.
But are they 10 a... I don't think they're 10 a penny.
Maybe centuries.
Maybe centuries, but they're not 10 a penny.
Well, you should know. You made enough of them.
Maximums.
But there's misses. I bet there's hardly a frame goes by without a missus.
A missus?
Yeah, all the wives sat in the front row. Whose missus is that? No, but you know, since the miss rule came, the replacement of the balls.
Yeah.
Maximum, surely.
Yeah. Gotta be.
Got to be maximums.
Yeah. I think we'll go for maximum breaks.
I mean, obviously centuries weren't as rare, but certainly 147s were very rare in the 80s. So
yeah,
that would be the answer. I would go for 147s.
You don't get any more hen's teeth than you used to. So it's not, the answer's not hen's teeth, because it could be a trick question that it's hen's teeth that was rare as hen's teeth, but it's not.
I think we've definitely got that right. It's definitely 147.
Yes, what once were rare and are now very commonplace, we're talking, of course, about maximum breaks. Steve Davis made the first official one in competition in 1982. It was also the first on television. His reward was a Lada car. I'm not going to say anything. But it should be remembered that the great Joe Davis was the first man ever to make a 147 in an exhibition match in 1955. That's crazy. That's 6 years after he retired from the game. Here in Sheffield, Cliff Thorburn took the honours, of course, for historic first Crucible maximum in 1983. But there were very few in those days. In fact, only 8 were made in the whole of the 1980s. Now fast forward around 30 years. In 2012, there were 11. That's more in a single year than the whole decade of the 80s. And so far this decade, over 50 have been made. Yes, they may be more commonplace now, but they rightly remain one of snooker's most celebrated achievements. And you could argue that the faster cloths don't make it easier, they make it harder, and those bouncy cushions that they're always complaining about. The thrill of that moment, though, is still one of the reasons that I love watching this great game. And over the last few days, it has been just as lovely to share with you some weird, wonderful and quite interesting facts about snooker. So thanks for your company and enjoy this year's final weekend at the Crucible. Goodbye.
And thank you to the wonderful Stephen Fry, who was so charming and so genuinely enthusiastic about snooker. He loves the game, John.
He certainly does. He absolutely loves it. He came up a couple of years ago to see us and went into the Winter Gardens and loved it. And I think we gave him a signed cue.
We gave him a signed cue, honestly.
Well, he'd have loved that.
It was like all of his Christmases had come at the one time, genuinely. He was so enthusiastic. So thank you very much, Stephen, for your help with all of that. And thank you, too, to all of you who gave us your answers. And we do have some winners. We've got the likes of Callum Wilson, Jeff Prophet, Joanna Deary and Vicky Cochran. You are our QI winners on this last quiz. And that's 50 points to all of you, minus 200 for everyone else who got it wrong. But it's been great to have those quizzes over the last week, but now we're down to the serious stuff as we go into 5 more frames.
Thank you, frame 13. Ding Junhui to break.
Well, Ding Junhui gets this first frame after the mid-session interval underway, and he'll be feeling much more comfortable now. He's won that little mini session, 3-1, but straight away he's left a possible pot for Mark Selby. But once again, a red goes right next to the black, puts it out of commission. It's turning into a fascinating tussle, this, after being 6-0 down. Superb stuff from the Chinese player.
He's up a little bit off that shot. Wasn't very confident. Wasn't quite sure whether he was going to hit the black and red. I'm seeing plenty of room. It's been a fabulous comeback so far from Ding. Of course, 9 frames they play in this session, so 5 more tonight.
He's a bit unlucky. It was a very positive shot that Ding Junhui took on there. Went full-blooded for the cannon and very unfortunate to cover that black. But it just shows you that the confidence has gradually come back. He looked very edgy at the start, and every credit to him for this comeback.
Ding Junhui, 1.
Pretty good. He's blocked the escape route down the left side of the table. And you've got to be a little bit careful playing past the black. Got to get it thin and make sure he doesn't go in off. Well, he did clip the black, but safely back down the table. It looked like it was going to go 7-0, you know, and this was the shot. If this goes in, wow, it wobbled 4 or 5 times. Because he got himself absolutely perfect on the pink. As we see a red go over the right middle pocket. Has he covered it?
I think he has, Dennis. He has a very easy swerve, but the problem about that is that he doesn't have much control of the cue ball. The cue ball will be going very, very close to this bottom corner pocket. Judged it very nicely indeed. Lots of left-hand side. We'll just watch the cue ball as it hits the top cushion. The side kicks in off the side cushion, back up nicely for the blue.
Well, it's still a pretty awkward table with the pink tied up and the black at the moment hampered. So he's got to give this a little bit of thought. There's at least 6 reds nicely placed, but it's not a good chance just yet.
There's a couple of reds that he can possibly get on into the left-hand corner pocket. The ideal red would be the one around the black spot and free up that, but he can't really get on that just now. He sort of needs to get his arm going again, doesn't he, Dennis? He's been sort of kept a little bit cold. Needs to really sort of make a nice break, a frame-winning break in one visit, just to get his bit of momentum back, because he's certainly lost that now.
Yeah, make no mistake, Mark will be looking for this little mini session to win it.
6.
Say we've got the extra frame to play. There's 5 more to be played. I suppose the other turning point was when he jumped over the red when he was 30 in front, miscued. Everything seemed to change around, and Ding just kept getting stronger. But little things like that can happen in a long match, and they can play a big part in it. This was it. He was nicely in. He was just screwing back for the pink, and it wasn't really the tip's fault. That was the way he cued it, just a bit too low. Oh, he's played that through the gap.
7.
Now he's got a wonderful angle, hasn't he, on the black? He can pot this black. As you see the cue ball just go through the gap there. He's got a wonderful angle. And potting this black, he can move the red just to the left of the black spot and still be on these two reds into the same pocket. So he's got to get the cannon right on the red just over the black spot. He's missed it. Just tried to kiss that red just out of the way, didn't he?
It was just like a half ball contact. He didn't want to hit it full ball. Otherwise he could have snookered himself on the two reds. But he's got an alternate. It just means he'll have to head up for the blue. But maybe he can just get through. He's spotted something there. What he's looking at to see if he can pot this with the black past the other red. Because he can stun this in and get out on the black, but, well, he must feel as if the black goes. We'll tell the way he plays the shot whether the black's available. No, it's not. And he's hit this too hard.
50.
Much too hard. Well, he's looking there as if he got a bit of a flyer off this cushion behind the black. That was about the best he could do. He couldn't keep the white away from the cushion because he was close to the cushion when he attempted
20.
the blue. So it's not straightforward. Back for the blue again here. And that's what can happen when you
21.
just keep getting out of position. He might be able to stretch and reach for the green here. But if you lose close control, that's the sort of thing that can go wrong.
Yeah, if the yellow was on its spot here, this would be straightforward, around 2 or 3 cushions to get back for the reds, but he's got to be careful he doesn't hit the yellow here. Be careful he doesn't go in off.
Well, he must have got an awful lot
24.
of action on that. You were absolutely right, Ken. The yellow was a distraction. He had to avoid that. And he just got a little bit too much side on it. It's a bit of a free shot, though. He can still take a pot on and head back up towards the green or brown.
He keeps pulling out these amazing pots. He's still not in perfect or prime position, but he's still pulling out some great pots. But I think it's quite evident that his timing is just not completely there, Dennis, because he's losing the cue ball quite a bit. He needs another delicate shot here on the blue. Can he hold it? Is he going to go into the pack?
Well, he didn't catch them full ball, and that's what can happen. If you catch it half ball, it'll head towards a corner
30.
pocket. We'll just show you it again. It was a tricky little shot to hit the pink
A couple of
full ball.
earpieces have got very loud. If you've just turned them up, can you turn them back down, please? Thank you.
Paul Collier just telling some of the audience, if you've turned your earpieces up after the interval, can you just turn them back down slightly? Second World Final that Paul's refereed. He's been a top referee for a number of years now. one of the best in the business.
He's having a look at the red that's closest to this bottom right-hand corner pocket. I'm not quite sure whether he's got enough of it to try and take it on. Doesn't look like he has. He's weighing up his options of where he wants to put the cue ball, so maybe just a good safety shot down behind the green.
Mark Selby, 30.
It's not too bad, but he'd be disappointed, Mark Selby. He didn't win the frame in that visit.
Attempted the pot there with a bit of safety in mind, but hit it a little harder than he intended, so I'm sure Mark will get a better cue ball here. Needs to miss the brown though, and he hasn't. He's covered the one that's near the pocket, the pink's blocking the path through to that. It's who can put in the best safety shot here that can create a chance for himself.
Ding avoiding the two reds around the pink spot because it's a natural angle to knock a red over the bottom right hand corner pocket, so he's chosen a more difficult safety shot and he's played it pretty good. It's a good shot. That was so difficult when the red is so close to that top cushion. You've got to hit it perfectly.
There's not a great deal of difference between them in the safety success department. That's the tournament safety success rate, just 1%. The difference. And Ding slightly better than Mark, which a lot of people would be surprised by. But you're looking at one of the best break builders the game's ever seen.
Big target behind green and brown here. If you can try and straighten the cue ball up off this top and side cushion. Couldn't do that. Tried to get behind the yellow.
Now who's going to be the first player to get in behind that green and brown? That's far too thin. He's covered the one that he's knocked towards the pocket, but wasn't the best from Mark there by any means. The only problem for Ding Junhui here, if he tries to get in behind the green and brown, he could leave that red that's near the corner pocket anywhere over where the cue ball is, and in line with that he'd cover it. So is he going to risk trying to get a really good cue ball in behind the green and brown? He doesn't have to do, he can head down behind the yellow, but we shall see. He's gone for the green and brown. It looks pretty good to me. It looks very good to me.
Yeah, that was an excellent shot. He couldn't play that just with a normal topspin. Had to use a lot of left-hand side to check up the cue ball and straighten the angle. Mike's looking at a possible 3-ball plant there. You see the 2 balls in line with hitting the red that's closest to this bottom right-hand corner pocket, but he's going to have to swerve that cue ball to make a proper contact on those 2.
Yeah, if he can't get to that, I can only see that as an escape route, but can he see enough of that cushion to play that? Maybe just. It looks as if he's aiming towards that. He's got to get fairly close to the green to pull this off. He's played it well.
He might find himself back up behind the green and brown here. Again, using a little bit of left-hand side off the side cushion.
You can see clearly those 2 reds are definitely not a plant. It could be made, but at the moment the red that's closest to the white is blocking the path for that. Ding's removing this, but he could, as Ken said, get back in behind the green and brown here. Well, this is a Mark Selby special into the left corner. If he's got a slight angle, he plays this shot so well with topspin to come back up the table. This is a test of cueing. He's got a 29-point advantage. Key shot coming up. Plays it so well, that shot.
One.
In fact, if anything, one of the best in the business, Ken, isn't he, at that type of shot?
Absolutely, it's like a signature shot from Mark Selby, but also I like the way he played it, Dennis. I mean, look at the way the cue ball has landed. Didn't try to go up for green or brown.
I mean, he was walking, but he thought he hadn't hit it hard enough.
Thank goodness for gravity.
6.
He was halfway around the table here before the blue dropped in.
Mind, that's the beauty of these tables. The cloths are so fast and fine. They're beautiful to play on when you're playing well. But if you're off your game, it can make you look silly out there, Ken, can't it?
It certainly can. And he's just got a bit of a
13.
hard bounce off that cushion. I wanted to be a bit straighter on this red.
$14.
That's much better. He missed one earlier on into the middle pocket, Ken, that when he had I think he was 4 or 5 frames ahead, and it cost him.
20.
Yeah, it was a much better strike. Should win the frame from this visit, you would feel. Pink will put him 56 points ahead, so the loose red just above the 3 reds and the black and another high value colour. Ding Junhui will need snookers.
Yeah, and the other red, the right side of the table's in a very accessible position as well.
27.
Just to make absolutely sure.
Probably just what he needed as well, Dennis, wasn't it? You know, one good pot.
28.
And to try and win the frame from here. Just to break things momentum and sort of get a little bit of confidence back from Mark Selby.
Well, he's flicked that red, so he may have to take the one to the left of the 3, but he's 63 ahead with 59 on the table. He'll want one more red to keep Ding Junhui in his seat. Couldn't do anything about this. Mark just knocked in a fantastic long red.
He's reluctant to take the red just below the black spot. Doesn't want to let Ding in for an easy chance, so he's trying to just keep a bit of pressure on. Big target behind green and brown, but it's not that good. It's a little bit short,
Mark
but he's
Selby,
still
34.
He'll be happy with that 34 break, and particularly with his opening red, but he'd be disappointed he didn't close out the frame from that position.
Oh, he's coming up a long way short, and he's left another Mark Selby special. He needed one 4-point snooker to tie, did Ding.
Six.
Well, he got a horrendous kick. Not that it matters, but still not nice to see. Have a look at this. Doesn't matter about missing the pink.
Mark Selby 7 on the
He's come
frame.
out after the mid-session interval, and he's done what he had to do. He's took the frame. And Mark Selby has opened up a 3-frame advantage again at 8-5.
This wonderful camera angle from the back of the theatre here at the Crucible just gives you a sense of how big it is now with the one table venue, and it really sort of comes into its own, Dennis.
Thank you, frame 14.
So much
Mark Selby to
more
break.
room around the table. You don't have to worry about the partition or the noise from the other table as Mark Selby breaks off, and this 14th frame. It really is something special, isn't it? Just when you play at the one table venue.
Yeah, when you say how big it is, but some people in the sponsors lounge, first time here at the Crucible, and they thought how small the theatre is, even with the one table. If they had been here when there was two tables, I always say, when there's two tables and you're on the cushion, the people on the front row, they could grab the cue and play the shot for you. That's a nice little gap. But he doesn't think he can get enough side, so he's just taking the safe route into the left side of the bunch. Just the side has taken it there. And even then, it's not
foul.
Quite made it.
Full.
It's just when you're playing with that amount of side, you just don't want to slip off the side of the reds and leave the reds that are near the black spot.
This is quite interesting here, Dennis, because I think he has a full ball on the extreme red of that pack, and should he be short with his second attempt here, he may be warned. It'd be interesting to see whether referee Paul Collier, if he does come up short this time. He looks okay this time. He's got the right pace and a decent shot.
Did you lose a frame, Ken, with 3 misses? I'm sure I remember that
I did here at the World Championship, yeah, many years ago. In fact, I was involved in a match with Steve Davis where we got to the final frame decider and Steve missed the red 3 times and lost the frame and, of course, lost the match. I was very disappointed.
Foul. Ding full.
Well, that was incredible to go into the middle pocket at that pace and that angle. Let's have a look at this.
Can he get this red and can he get himself onto the black? A couple of ways of doing this. You can set it up dead straight and screw the white back, or you can leave an angle and just come off the side and top cushion and in behind the black. He's leaving a slight angle, so he's going to play this with top spin. He's just worried about where the black's going to go. But he's got to negotiate the red first and get on the black.
It's certainly a test of your cueing, this type of shot.
Well, in fact, he was playing up for the blue there because the black spot was tied up. And look, that big smile from D. He looks at Mark Selby as if to say, well, there you go.
Yeah, probably coursing his luck there because that red could have gone anywhere, but couldn't have left it any easier for Mark. Now, the same problem arises for Mark here. He had a look to see where the black will spot. It'll go directly behind its own spot, behind those 2 reds. But will it be potable? Well, he didn't think it was going to be potable, and he's short on the blue, is he? May be able to take the black here, Dennis, will he?
Well, look at that. He's right on the blue line, so he may have to take the black.
Just wondering at that red, the red that's closest to the black, if he puts the black and leaves the cue ball exactly where the black is, not sure that red to the left of it would still pot.
Well, the more difficult green. As he got on the red, that's causing the problem and stopping both players from playing for the black. He's come up a little bit short.
Full.
That was never easy because the way he cues at that type of shot, he's striking down on it.
Selby full.
And he may be fortunate. I think the yellows come to his rescue here. Yeah, very fortunate there. See, he's bridging. Look at the butt of the cue up in the air. They can always, well, the white must have bounced 3 or 4 times before it got to the red when you strike like that. Oh, he's overcut that, but he's played that in a clever way, because he knows the red won't go past the yellow. He knows if he cuts that red in, he's on the black or blue, and he knew he would cover it. Clever shot.
I'm just wondering now whether Mark's got a couple of options here. He could try and play the red left of the black, try and get it onto, make a plant onto the red over the corner pocket, or he can just roll into the pack. If he rolls into the pack, we'll have a re-rack here.
Well, even if it's touching ball.
Touching ball.
Yeah, I don't think they're bothering. They're going to have a re-rack, I think. Yeah.
Okay.
That's a new way of saying re-rack. I like that. I like the way Ding signalled there for the re-rack. Rolled his fingers over. Yeah. Must remember that one.
It's like he wants to bring a substitute on.
I just mentioned there about the ball bouncing when you're queuing down. Like this shot here. Watch the white here. Just have a look at this. Well, at least 3 or 4 times. That's why the shot is so difficult when you've got the putt of the cue in the air. We'll show you here. There you can see the cue action. Striking down on it. Watch what happens. Now, how many times has this bounced? There, look at the first one. I mean, that's gone at least 2 foot. There's 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, that's what happens when you strike down on the ball. 8 bounces before it got to the black.
Frame 14, Mark Selby to break.
This is a bit of a chance because he can pot this and stun off the side cushion and get over on the black, and it's a bit of a free shot for him. If he takes the pot onto the right corner and stuns off the side cushion and comes across, he's perfect on the black. Doesn't have to finish on the end of the line anywhere in that corner of the table. It's all about the pot, this. He's so good into the middle pockets, Ding Junhui. And I'm just wondering, because he still have a pot at the black and he won't leave anything, so it's worth trying to slot this red into that right middle pocket. It's a tough one, but I've seen him pot these before.
Yeah, very tough. You've got to be so straight with your cueing here. Just to the near part of the pocket, but it's not too bad. I mean, he was only going to leave that red. I don't think we'll see Mark Selby take on the red up into the green pocket. Too risky because of the red that's over the right centre.
Another re-rack, because the red is awkward, as Ken said. There's 2 reds up there, but the one over the middle is causing the problem. I can't see a lot that Ding can do here, only just roll into the reds.
Yeah, the problem about screwing off the reds and trying to get the cue ball back down behind the black or to the top cushion, that he may leave a pot on.
He's looking at him. Well, Mark did have a look, but Ding turned away this time. But Mark's got a chance to get in behind the black here. Maybe Ding Zhang Wei should have took a re-rack there.
Pretty good. He's knocked the red over right centre and left centre, but he can't cut this red back into the left centre. And he's got tight enough to this top cushion that it's going to be very difficult to dig down into the cue ball to screw the cue ball back to the top cushion. So a slight bit of butter here.
He's studied quite a few options. And, see, if he tries to get back into the same sort of position, he can leave that red that's near the left middle pocket. It's coming up to a minute's thinking time.
Well, he might be attempting the plant. Very risky. Now, as he left the pot on for digging into this left centre, well, the red pots, but certainly not easy. But as you said, Dennis, I mean, he's so good on these pots to the middle pocket. Certainly worth having a go at this. Oh, that's brilliant. What a shot he played there. Wow. Well, that was fantastic, Keelan.
See, at that pace, he had to be so precise. This is a thin one, though. Safely in. So Ding Junhui did win the tactical battle. Now can he take full advantage?
Well, that was just a tremendous opening red. And just to cue the ball in at that pace into the middle, judged it, the little cannon on the red, straighten the cue ball up and back for the black. Certainly worthy of winning any frame, and should do from this position, you would feel.
9.
Sometimes in situations like this, Dennis, particularly when you've got a few reds around the blue and that, you like to sort of go up and get a few points on the board, don't you, rather than get up towards the blue and tidy up the reds around the middle pocket. He's played on a couple of reds there. If he didn't get desired position on these reds into the left corner pocket, he always has
16.
that red over the left centre.
$17.
A little bit short of pace with the cue ball. Got to play a little cannon maybe just into the two reds around the pink spot. Well, no, he's just going up for red near the blue.
Well, if you look at the breaks he's made to get right back into this final, he's had breaks of 76,
24.
103 and 89. Both had century breaks. So this final is
25.
building very nicely indeed, and the standard is improving all the time.
Yeah, and this was what I was saying, like getting around the blues, because he's got a series of
28.
quite easy pots, and on it all the time he's accruing a sizable lead.
29.
Yeah, I was just hoping before this final started that both these players would play to the top of their form. Looked all one-sided.
34.
6-0 down. Thing was looking very edgy and a little bit emotional at one stage, but now he's back to his brilliant best. Even though he's 3 frames behind, he's going along nicely here.
$35.
There's his target, 69 points. Used all of the pocket there for the black, but he's still okay.
42.
Looks a little bit more in control, doesn't he? Look completely out of sorts in that first session.
Oh, that definitely
43.
wiped his fate. A little reaction from Ding Junhui there. Oh, have a look at this. Wow.
You turn that off, please.
No, they've told them, I don't know how many announcements was made. Yeah, steadying himself up. He knows the importance of the next shot. Nice little cannon here. Well, in fact, he's rolling it in. He's not going to risk the cannon. Gone way up the table because he knew that red was there. He had a delicate little cannon into the 2 reds just behind the pink, and then he
50.
thought, well, you know, maybe I might just flick off a red and snooker myself, and decided on the safety positional. But yeah, from 7-2 behind, as I mentioned, those 3 breaks, Ken, 3 frame-winning breaks. You know, this final's starting to come alive, it has to be said.
That was a nice little shot on the red there, bridging over the yellow. Especially digging down on the cue ball.
56.
Sometimes put a little bit of unwanted side, but he's back in control now.
57.
I mean, his scoring throughout this championship has been quite amazing. He's already had 13 centuries. I think the record is 16 from Stephen Hendry a few years ago.
64.
Incredible statistic, and particularly in that semi-final, Dennis. I mean, to make the record of 7 centuries, or was it 8 centuries
65.
in the semi-final? It was against Alan McManus. Quite incredible. Yeah, 7 centuries he made against Alan McManus. That was the record here at the Crucible.
Funny enough, Stephen Hendry didn't realise that he'd made the most centuries with that 16. Second in line is John Higgins, who made 14.
72.
Here one year. 2002 when Stephen Hendry got his 16 centuries here.
Yeah, if the middle red of the between the pink and the bottom red, if that pots, well, it doesn't. Otherwise, he would have played for that now. So he's going to need a little cannon on that pink
79.
and red. Well, he's gone up for the reds and balk. Oh, and just a little kiss on that red would have been nice, wouldn't it?
What a shame. But he can still
86.
pop this down along the cushion if he's going to get the century. I mean, the frame's safe, so just have a go. Unlucky.
He'll be disappointed he didn't make the century, but most importantly, he got another frame on the board and he's closed the gap now. But it's Mark Selby who still leads Ding Junhui by 8 frames to 6.
And we still have 3 more to play tonight. And John and Steve, it's been interesting to see just what a turnaround that he's managed to produce here. And there was one shot that really was the start of this break and the making of it as well.
Fabulous cueing this. He's cueing down. Not much of a pockets away, Matt. Potted it beautifully, screwed off the other one. Of course, gets on the black and makes the frame-winning break off it. But he's right in this match now. Total change around.
Complete change around. I mean, it's like a different person almost out there, isn't it?
Yeah, he's got his focus. You can see now he's not worried about anything out there. He's just concentrating on the balls in hand. And that's really, I think, the key to this game is staying in the present and not worrying about the surroundings or what's happening in the game, thinking about how it's going and how it's panning out. He's now focused totally on what's in front of him. And not to say he's not worried about it, but he's just completely focused. Whereas, obviously, Mark Selby's had the guy coming back at him and he's got more time to think and ponder in his chair.
In the moment, I think there's the phrase. And now Stephen Hendry's actually watching this in the practice room. I'm not sure whether he's actually getting his arm in with a view to a comeback, Stephen, possibly not. But Stephen was with us in here this afternoon watching that first devastating session from Mark Selby. What do you make of the turnaround in Ding Junhui?
I think it's more interesting the turnaround in Mark Selby. I can't believe the way he's come out tonight as a player that's 6-2 ahead in the final. He looks a lot like his other matches this week. He's not playing like a guy who's 6-2 in front and really wants to press him his advantage to win this final. He looks very edgy and looks under pressure.
Yeah, the under pressure business we talked about earlier on, you were talking about, you christened it Selby's second session syndrome out there. And it's been a focus. It's actually been a problem for him right the way through the championship, hasn't it?
Yeah, definitely. It's like he puts all his effort into getting a good start in a match and then sort of takes his foot off the pedal, whether it's subconsciously or whatever. But it just looks like a different player. It looks, at the moment, like he's struggling for confidence.
Interesting observations from the
Thank you, frame 15.
Of the world.
Ding Junhui to break.
Stephen also keeping a little eye on the century breaks because, as you say, 13 centuries Ding Junhui has made, and Stephen's record of 16 is certainly within range.
Yeah, it certainly is, Hazel, but very interesting observation from the 7 times world champion there. I was watching this afternoon's session back at the hotel, and when he was 6-0 up, I picked out one shot. He took a risky red on. He had a very straightforward safety shot, and he still nearly won that frame when he wobbled the blue we showed you earlier to go 7-0 up. And since then, things have turned around, it has to be said. Like, can Ding Junhui start with this nice long pot? We hit it on the wrong side, but it's his turn to get away with it. He's had a result there. But these things happen. You know, when you start playing well, cueing well, you get the rub of the green. When you're struggling, if you miss a shot like this, you stick your opponent in.
Yeah, it was quite interesting what Stephen Hendry said there in the practice room. I think he's definitely right. I think we've seen Mark Selby go into his shell a little bit, even though he had such a commanding lead. He's so good with his safety game and his B game, but when you're 6-2 up, you want to press home your advantage, and the worst thing you can do is go into a shell. But of course, the flip side of that is that your opponent is putting you under that bit more pressure, because you know that any chance you get, he's going to make a frame-winning break from it. So the safety hasn't been too shabby either, Dennis.
Yeah, he certainly matched Mark Selby in the safety department, that's for sure. Brown and yellow is the target here to get in behind. A little bit on the thin side. So once again, it's a fascinating little tactical exchange to see who makes the first mistake. Would Mark Selby take a big risk? Maybe not. There's a red into the right corner, but he'd have to get it, so he's ignoring that and looking immediately at the safety shot. Better length with the cue ball this time.
Yeah, it's an excellent shot, isn't it? He plays that shot so well. Judged it nicely off 4 cushions. I think maybe a gap between the green and blue. He's having a look at the red to this bottom right-hand corner pocket as well, but that's fraught with a lot of danger.
Just 2 cushions and land in the bunch. That'll do nicely.
Doesn't want to leave a touching ball.
Touching ball.
Yeah. Could be back in the same position again. Sometimes these are situations, Dennis, though, I think I prefer to not snooker your opponent on the pack of reds, because he'll kind of keep playing that shot. You'd like to sort of force him into playing a more difficult safety shot to try and get the cue ball back to balk. Looks a bit short of pace, this one.
Yeah, when you're striking over the ball and down on the cue ball like that, it's so difficult to judge the pace of it. And that's what Ding Junhui is faced with. I missed the other one in the opposite corner when he was rolling it. Let's see what he does with this one. Better. One. Terrific shot. Now we've got a few whistlers in, which is unusual, but it deserves it. That was a cracking pot and held the cue ball perfectly.
Well, he couldn't have cued that any better. That was excellent. Not only the pot, but the position, as you said. Holding the cue ball perfectly for the black.
8.
I thing I like about that particular shot, he didn't take too much time over it, did he? He just made up his mind straight away. He was going for that more difficult pot.
Yeah, he didn't have a clear mind at the start of this match, but I tell you what, he certainly has now, because 4 out of the last 5 frames he's made breaks of 76, 103, 89 and 86. He's going to have to get the extension on the cue,
16.
extension on the rest to take this red. If he pots it, he's automatically coming out onto the black. He's looked at that, he's back looking at the other red, and that's going to be his choice. Just lost his concentration momentarily there. It's been a while since he's missed something like that.
Again, Mark Selby throws his little extension on the ground in frustration because that's a poor shot from his standard. You always expect your opponent to knock those particular pots in, no real pressure on them. Just a plain ball around the back of the black. He's nicely on the blue. You can try and get on this red just to the right of the pink here.
He keeps his head so still on the shot, this Ding Junhui. He really does. Watch his head here as he delivers the cue.
6.
Well, I never thought I'd be saying this, Ken, but there's a possibility, you know, that Ding could have an overnight lead after being 6-0 behind. He's got 2 more frames after this, and the way he's playing, you know, I wouldn't put it past him. I mean, he's just taking it frame at a time now, but the memento is with him.
You spotted a little plant. This will be a little Brucey bonus there. You see it?
12.
Directly in line. And the angle he has on this as well, he can go into the other reds and bring some more reds into play here. Brought some reds into play, but wanted to be nicer on this pink.
Well, what a tester he's faced with. As you show you the split again, he's got a long blue, which will give him better position on his next red. If he cuts the pink in, he's running away from the reds. And he's coming around the angles. Has he hit it hard enough? Not quite. But it was a
19.
very attacking shot. He never even looked at the blue. It was much easier to get position, but probably a slightly more difficult pot. He's still got a pot onto the right corner, and he's looking to see if he could take it on and get himself onto the black, but well, very key shot coming up here. He's looking good. He's looking very good now as Ding Junhui. He's a man on a mission at the moment.
Yeah, he's playing a lot more aggressive, a lot more self-assured, a lot more confident.
And a lot more focused, Ken, it has to be said. I think he's really enjoying this now. He wasn't at the beginning. It's a whole new ball game.
Yeah, he's not flinching at the big shots. He's taking them on. It's a sign of confidence, and he's going to need one more. He's just having a look at. Thinking a few shots ahead here. Obviously, the loose red at the bottom of the pack of 5 will pot, and he's worried about his next red after that. So he may need one more little cannon into that cluster of 4 reds.
35.
Purposely played for low 36 on the black, and now just one. Nice cannon into the left-hand side of that bunch of 4 would be perfect.
Yeah, that's the cannon he'd love. He could open all 4 reds up. It's okay. He's pushed it to the middle pocket. Didn't quite work out as he intended, but he was always going to be on
43.
Something once he got that cannon. We showed you earlier in this match how many people were watching this back in China. It's now 5 o'clock in the morning, and I bet there's still a lot watching. It's 5 o'clock in Beijing. It really is a fabulous performance, considering he lost the first 6 frames.
49.
Just a red and a colour away from closing the gap to just 1 frame.
Good white, yeah.
Just getting the cue ball clean.
Well, there's an awful lot of experience sitting in that chair, but it's over half an hour since he last potted a ball.
Yes, and he'll want to make sure that Mark Selby doesn't come back to the table. This blue will leave Mark Selby needing at least 1 snooker. The red will certainly put pay to this frame.
It's amazing. He's finished up on the red that he looked at 55. When he missed a red into the left corner. He studied this shot and then decided to take the other one. It's virtually in the identical position. I mean, the frame is safe now. But you know what Mark Selby's like. So Ding will want to make sure that this red drops in. No. But at least he hasn't left it right over the pocket. 1 snooker to tie at the moment. And he could have done without this, as we show you the miss with the rest, because you know what Mark Selby's like. He could keep this frame going for quite some time. Whereas Ding would have liked to have got it over with and get on with the next.
Could possibly just slide off this red and try and get up behind the green with the cue ball. And it's pretty good. It's an excellent shot.
He's got to be careful here, Ding Junhui, even though he leads by 71 points. If he was to let Mark in with a chance, there's a couple of reds near the pink, you know, he'd be looking to pot 4 reds, 4 high-valued colours. He'd have to stay on the black to just leave himself needing the 1 snooker. Just landing on this red here. Doesn't want to go in off it, that's for sure.
Well, he's got a big target here, Mark Selby. He can just glance off this red, knock the red into the 4 reds and get that cue ball up behind the yellow and brown. He needs to try and bounce the cue ball though off the ball cushion. He's got to try and get really tight behind the yellow or brown here.
Found the gap. There's always a gap. I'll have a look at this shot. Oh, not quite. But as I mentioned, Ding Junhui could have done without this aggravation had he have rolled that red in with the extension on his cue and the rest. We would have been already in to the next frame.
Has he got the gap this time? No, not this time for that red over the left-hand corner pocket. Just wondering, will he attempt the one over the right corner, Dennis? It's a very fine cut, isn't it?
No, he'll play the one onto the one that's over the pocket and get the white through the gap back down. Well, this looks good. Nicely played. Not quite a big pocket. If that red was near the right corner pocket, he could play the 1 red in off it and get himself onto the black, but it's not a big pocket. He'd have to pot the red direct. If he takes this on, which it looks as if he is going to do, it's a must get pot, otherwise the frame's over. And he's got it. He's got it. I think he's got to sit there and think, why didn't I just roll that red in? He tried to, but he should have put more into it. I mean, this is a gem he's pulled out here.
Yeah, Problem though for Mark Selby, when he pots this black, it looks like it won't spot on its own spot, so it's going to go up onto the brown spot. Now, what it does is bunches 3 colours together up in the bulk area just for
8.
Good positions for snookers, but the problem is he needs 1 snooker with 4 reds, 4 blacks and all the colours to tie, so
he can get on the black here. He's played it well. He's on the black.
He's played that very well. He's got a nice angle on the black as well. Take it back down for the reds. This looks good. Looks pretty good.
And he can get back on the black again, believe it or not.
16.
Whoa, we almost screwed into the middle pocket. And look at this shot he's played. Needs to keep on running, and now he requires a terrific shot.
24.
With the blacks only available into the right corner or the middle pockets. Played for the pink this time, which means
25.
He's going to need 2 snookers, but as Ken said, look where those 3 colours are now. The yellow, the brown and the black for snookers.
Yeah, and he probably wants to keep the last red on the table for the possibilities of a free ball. He could try and knock the pink in, leave a nice angle on the red that he can try and knock the red up towards those ball colours. Try and get the cue ball behind the pink. Oh, he's got a big bounce.
He's okay though. He can do it either way. He can send the white around the angles
31.
to get in behind those 3 colours, or he could, as you said, maybe get the snooker behind the pink and send the red up there. It's always better if you can get the white tight in behind one of those colours, and I think that's what he's going to attempt. He might hit at least 3, possibly 4 cushions here to lay the snooker. 1, 2, 3 cushions. There's the 4th cushion. Has he found a gap?
Mark Selby, 31.
He hasn't found the gap, but it's a straightforward escape for Ding Junhui here. Wants to try and put as much distance between the cue ball and the red.
And there might be another gap. It wasn't going to be a snooker if he didn't hit the blue, but well, he'll have to bend it slightly. And the problem with this, if you try to swerve it, the white will go towards the yellow before the swerve kicks in. So he'll have to be a little bit careful here that he doesn't hit the yellow, and just a little touch side. That's all that's needed. He can maybe just catch the edge of it. He could.
decision time for Mark Selby. Ideally, he'd like to keep the red on the table, but if he pots red and pink, he's going to need 2 4-point snookers, but one would almost be guaranteed should he get the cue ball up into a balk area and lay the snooker on the yellow behind the black or the brown. So it's a decision he has to make here. I decided against it, and it's a good line if it gets behind the brown. This is a very good line. This is an excellent shot. No, that's a superb shot.
He really does know his way around these angles. We've got Angles McManus, who got to the semi-final, and now we've got Satnav Selby finding his way around the table for that fantastic snooker. And Ding's got a hit. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4 cushions the way he's looking.
Well, this is a tough escape. Can't go into balk and around by the green. It looks like the blue may be in his way, so may have to come across the table twice across here.
The other way I like with the rest, you know, is the first line's a little bit out, but he could come off 2 cushions and land on it. It'd probably be slightly easier than having to go off more cushions.
I think maybe if he just goes across the side cushion, try and miss the middle pocket, the right centre pocket, and then back across the black spot towards the red as well.
Well, I give one alternate. That's the other way, twice across to land on the red. He's got so many different ways of getting to this red, but is he going to pick the right one?
I think I like that one, Dennis, you just put up. I think that's probably his best bet. But of course, the referee can't call a miss, so he can only possibly give 1 4-point foul away here, because when your opponent needs snookers, the referee can't call a miss. So Mark Selby would still need another 4-point foul.
Yeah, I think the cushions are skidding slightly, but I think he's going to have a go at that twice across. The second one I put up. Now, somewhere near that line would get him to the red. Nope, too narrow.
Oh. Foul. Mark Selby full.
Now, what about that? If it had been angled, it would have been a free ball.
Again, the fact that the black is next to the brown and yellow, it does make a big target here for Mark Selby.
And he's got him again, I think. And it's amazing. Some 14 minutes ago, it looked like the frame was all over. Roll this in, and Mark Selby concedes. He just hit it too thin. And we always knew this was going to happen with Mark Selby.
Yeah, I think it was the second frame of this afternoon session that Mark Selby needed a snooker and got it and won the frame. So it's definitely going to be playing on Ding's mind, and this is okay. It's a possibility of a 1 cushion escape, but as you said, Dennis, sometimes when you're playing off 1 cushion, the cue ball can slide off it, and you could miss this. It's not a gimme, this one.
Yeah, I think the harder you hit it, the more it'll slide. So it'll be interesting to see what pace he plays that. You know, just a nice easy pace to make sure you hit the red. Don't force it. once again, that big target of yellow, brown and black. And
well, if he can leave the cue ball where the red is, he'll send the red up towards the yellow pocket. He's got the pink and he's got the blue to snooker ding behind. Just having a look at that now. He doesn't want the cue. He doesn't want the red going too close to the corner pocket. He wants it away from the cushion.
He's blocked off the escape route to the red down the left side of the table, and he'd have to bend this around the blue to get an angle to come off the baulk cushion and hit the red. So he's got to be a little bit careful here, because if you play it with the swerve against the nap, sometimes the white can go towards that brown, and he is playing with a little bit of swerve. Have to be careful here. You've got the perfect picture to see the outcome. Played it well. Played it very well.
Yeah, it was a good swerve, wasn't it? Almost got a snooker back, but now what can Mark Selby do here? How is he going to get the cue ball back and baulk behind that yellow, brown and black again?
Surely not. Well, Ding's shaking his head. He can't believe it. Well, another little swerve needed. Mark smiling, but shouldn't be a problem. But I'm just looking. The pink's gone in a terrific position to get a snooker in behind, as well as those three colours that Mark keeps trying to get in behind. He might have to play up there again, but if he does get a chance, the pink's in an ideal spot to get in behind. And if he did, it would be very, very difficult to escape from, but not from this angle. When you're looking for the snookers, you've got to keep the object ball safe also.
Away, please.
I'm just wondering if he could play the little stun. You see, he'd love to get in there. You know, it's as if you're trying to double the red, but you're missing the double and you're screwing it, and the red might go twice across. But no, he doesn't like that. It's his first choice. He's made sure he's got the red fairly safe. You don't always have to play for the snooker. You can wait for another chance. And this is now the longest frame of the match so far. Just a mere 35 minutes. Quite a quick frame compared to the one that Mark Selby played against Mark Old Fool. The longest in the history of the 40 years at the Crucible. 76 minutes. One of the frames lasted. As I say, it looked like it was going to be a quick frame until Ding didn't knock in the fairly straightforward red.
was a wonderful shot. He's got him in a tough snooker here. There's enough room around the back of this red. I'm not quite sure whether you can get enough swerve past the right hand side of the yellow and try and kick the red off the ball cushion. So this is quite a tricky snooker for Ding to hit the red here. Okay, you can come off two cushions, right hand side cushion and ball cushion, but that yellow is quite close to the red.
Yeah, that's what he'd like to do, but as you mentioned, Ken, there's enough room to sail around the back of that red, and you wouldn't want to see that, would you? But Mark Selby would like to see it. And if he does go round the back of the red, it's going to be a free ball. That's why he's taking plenty of time just to make sure he's got the angle right in his mind.
Good hit. Now has he left the red on? Doesn't look like it. I think if Mark Selby was on this red, he'd pot it and try and pot the black.
Well, he can't, as you can see, but there was quite a few shots ago. He had a chance of potting the red and looking for the snooker when he had the three colours together, but he elected to keep the red on the table. Ding would love to see this red disappear. He's got an easy chance of a snooker here, but he'd rather cut the red in and get the frame over with. He's played the snooker. And is he coming up short? Well, it's an easy hit, even as you can see. He can just come off the side cushion, and if he sends the red up the table, the white's going to come back towards those three colours. I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't get close to getting a snooker from a snooker. The red's coming towards the corner pocket, but look at the cue ball. There was always a possibility that could happen, but can he just swerve this? He might pot this, but his main concern is to hit it.
Yeah, watch the cue ball, because if he hits it too full, the cue ball could go in off. Ooh. That was close. Just hit enough of the red, and he sort of quarter ball contact on the red there, and the cue ball was in the pocket.
Well, he's put the yellow out of commission. That's one good thing from Ding's point of view. Well, can you believe it? What a fluke. And he's on the black. And as I said, the yellow was out of commission. Now he can look for the snooker in the yellow. He mishit that completely and fluked it and finished on the black. I mean, it's now 25 minutes since Ding missed that red with the long rest. It's amazing what's happened here. And all that momentum is built up, and all the rhythm with all those breaks of 76, 103, 89, 86. All of a sudden he's had half an hour of tactical play that he could have done without.
He's just a master in this position, isn't he, Mark Selby? Such a great knowledge of the angles. This will certainly help putting the black back on its spot, and of course bringing that safe yellow that you mentioned out into play, and possibly cue ball behind the brown. So he's just working out where he wants to leave the cue ball once he pots this black. Shot time just over a minute. Well, he's got to be precise with his cue ball here, just to leave it exactly where he wants to, just to make the snooker as easy as possible. Doesn't want the yellow near a cushion. Really needs to have it an open play and try and get this cue ball behind the brown.
Mark Selby, 8.
There is a gap through, but he's keeping the object ball safe. There you can see just enough room. Although it's tight, isn't it? It's very tight. And the way Ding Junhui is looking, he's going to come off the side cushion. He doesn't fancy going between the blue and black. So it must be very tight. He's right behind it. He'll know better than anyone, and he feels he can't get past the blue and the black. Well, has he fluked the snooker back? No, not quite. As I said, he can't get to it, but the pink's the best ball to try and get a snooker in behind. Because if you did get it in there, it'd be so difficult to hit. And he's coming around towards that, and I'll tell you what, if he had hit it harder, it wouldn't have been too far away. It would have come off this cushion and in behind the pink. Well, I thought Mark might be able to keep playing when Ding missed that red with a long rest for a while, but I didn't think it would be half an hour. Can he see enough of the yellow to take the pot on here? No, I don't think so. Snookered by the looks of it. And look at this shot. He's got the yellow safe again. Can Ding get in behind the pink and put Mark in a real tough snooker? He can play in behind the pink, and he can try and double the yellow up into the right corner pocket. a bit too much pace.
Well, it might not be a bad idea to pot the yellow here. You can get the cue ball very close to the green. And he can try and lay a snooker behind the brown, so it's quite possible he might pot the yellow here. Excellent shot.
2.
Really wanted to be on the opposite side of the green. Would have been quite straightforward to get a snooker, whereas now it's a bit more difficult. I could try and screw the cue ball in behind the brown and knock the green across the table, but it's a very delicate shot. Very delicate.
Mark Selby 2.
But you see, he's attempting the snooker, but look what he's doing with the object ball every time. He's keeping it safe. Pretty good effort, but easy to hit. But once again, coming off the cushion. Mark Selby's so good at this type of shot. Can he get the green safe again? And can he possibly get a snooker behind the brown? He's done it a couple of times where he's been in a snooker and he's got a snooker back. Not this time. This could be a chance. Well, the green will go into the left corner, but he'd have to be a little bit careful if he plays it with topspin. The white's going to come off a couple of cushions and over towards the left middle pocket. That's if he takes the pot on, but he could stun it. Didn't even attempt the pot, he just played the snooker, so both players playing for snookers at the moment. And he's played another great shot there. It's not a snooker, but I just sensed when Ding Junhui missed that red when he was 71 points in front. I sensed Mark Selby might come back, and 35 minutes later we're still here in this frame. I'm not sure how many snookers Ding has put Mark Selby in, and I'm not sure how many snookers Mark has put Ding in, but there's been quite a few. Not easy to come off the cushion. He'd have to swerve right around that, so having to come off this cushion behind the black spot. Well, he's just playing just to nestle onto it so that he doesn't leave the green on. And Ding Junhui will be playing another snooker in behind the brown, a little thin one. They've been playing on the green just over 5 minutes. Well, I thought he could go off the left side of the green and get the snooker behind the brown. He's going to try and get in behind the black and send the green up there. This is a chance. And if he knocks his green in, I think we'll hear a terrific round of applause from this Crucible crowd. That's what happens whenever you're playing around for over 40 minutes since you last potted the ball. Paul Collier there, I mean, the concentration he's got to put into this as well. We always tend to forget about the old ref. Well, he's not that old. Can he hit the cushion first again and send the green back up the table? Here comes the cue ball. Needs to miss the pink. Just too hard. What an effort, though.
Great attempt.
Well, I think there'll be an unbelievable cheer if Ding can slot this green in, but can he after all the tactical play? Oh, and this could be a chance now to get in behind the pink. He can come off 1, 2, 3 cushions. Oh, if he judges this right, he can get the green safe also, but he could get tight in behind the pink here. Here it comes, but it's not hard enough. It's behind the brown, but it's easy to hit.
Yeah, it was a good line. Just pace wasn't there. Coming up to 56 minutes now, this frame.
Well, he's looking at the potting angle there, so that tells us that he's going to try and pot this and get on the brown and then look for the snooker to get in behind the pink. There's a gap through, as you can clearly see. He's tried to double it up into the corner. And now Mark Selby will pot the green and look for a good angle on the brown to get in behind that pink.
Yeah. He's got to try and land somewhere just in the curve of the D there with the cue ball just below the green spot. And then you can just play a simple shot off the brown and get the cue ball behind the pink.
Three.
Oh, too hard. Will he take the brown, pot the brown and try and lay the snooker on the blue? But he's running out of his options. That's the only problem.
Yeah, he didn't play a good shot there. He didn't get the white anywhere near where he wanted. So that's what he's attempted to do. And that is not absolutely perfect.
Needed to run that cue ball just another 6 or 8 inches, but he's got one cushion off the top cushion and try and nestle that cue ball behind the pink.
Mark Selby, 7.
Now, what way will Ding play this? Will he play to cut it down over the corner pocket, or will he try to double it and send it around the angles? The only problem with that, if he tries to double the blue, it's going to come back round towards the black. But it's one of those sort of situations that it doesn't matter where the blue is going to be a chance for a snooker. Well, that's not the best shot. He's given a chance for Mark Selby to get right round the table and in behind the pink. That was a poor shot from Ding.
Yeah, I think he probably should have knocked the blue over the green pocket, or maybe left the blue over the yellow pocket.
Well, he's got an angle here. If he can judge it somewhere near that line, he could get in behind the pink ball. He hasn't hit it hard enough again. Just over the hour mark, and Ding Junhui is faced with a very difficult pot, a pot that will bring a terrific round of applause if it goes in. And another chance for Mark Selby to get in behind the pink. I mean, he's had 2 or 3 attempts. One of these attempts, he's going to get in behind it. No, too narrow. So this time, surely, Ding. Well, he normally would knock it in, but everything that's gone on for the last 50 minutes has been quite amazing. And there it goes, at last. After 61.5 minutes, Ding Junhui knocks the blue in. But hang on, there's only 2 snookers needed. We could have another half hour here, knowing Mark Selby.
Quietly now, please.
Dear me. What a frame of snooker. He led by 71 points. And 46.5 minutes ago, he missed a red with a long rest, and we're still playing. Funny enough, he conceded a frame earlier when he needed 2 snookers marked, but I think he's put so much effort into this that he wants to try for the 2 snookers. Now, can he see enough of this to just play a drag shot and send that pink right over the pocket or into the pocket? It's what we call, when your opponent needs snookers, you play the in or over shot. Is it in or is it over? It's neither. You can get round behind the black here, believe it or not. Here it comes. Too hard. Ken, I think we'll have to go and have a lie down after this frame.
I think we all will. That's right. What it does is put things through the ringer. As you said, over 45 minutes now, and this frame should have been well and truly finished, and whatever momentum Ding had, it's certainly gone now. Okay, he's clawed another frame back, barring snookers, but any sort of confidence that he built up, that's evaporated.
It's very close to the pocket, but I think he can hit it thin enough to attempt the snooker and keep the pink out of the pocket. Oh, he needs to get the snooker because the pink's over the pocket, and he's not far off getting the snooker. He's got the snooker, and Ding Zhang-Wei will have to be careful he doesn't hit this and go in off it. If he hits it on the right side, the white could go in. That's why he's playing it very slowly. That's another good effort. Hey, unbelievable. Satnav Selby strikes again.
A bit unlucky. It was a straightforward swerve, but another couple of inches and it was a lot more difficult.
The crowd are still heavily involved in this very long frame that's been going now over 66 minutes. 76 minutes, I mentioned, is the longest ever frame played at the Crucible history. And this is the second longest frame in this year's World Championship. Yes, it's in.
long last, Ding Junhui manages to take the frame. He's had to wait an awful long time, but he's got the frame, and he's just one frame behind now. 8-6, 8-7, sorry, to Mark Selby.
Oh, don't worry, Dennis. We're all struggling ourselves after that one. What an amazing effort from Mark Selby. But 45 minutes worth after Ding Junhui could have killed off that frame. He was still chasing him, and all because of this.
Yeah, because we said earlier today, if you don't get game ball and get it done, this is what you can put yourself through. You can put yourself through the ringer because he is so adept at what he does, Steve, isn't he? I mean, to keep the balls on the table for that long, to actually have a chance to win that frame, it's just incredible ring craft.
I tell you, Mark Selby's an animal on the table. I tell you, OK, there's people out there, right, don't like Mike Selby because they think he's too slow. They think he slows it down, they think he's boring. All he's doing is playing what's given to him. He got back in that frame, it would have been like a Houdini act to get out of that. Yeah. He's a monster on the table, and whilst it may be draining in one respect for everybody watching, it may be draining for both the players, it makes it hard for Ding as well, because even though he's won that frame, he knows full well that this guy is never going to go away, and if he does win a frame like that, he's going to go to sleep tonight, he's going to have nightmares about Mark Selby in his brain.
The good news was he won the frame, because this afternoon he didn't. When he needed a snooker and he lost the second one. The good news about that, after all the play that went on, he won the frame.
Mark Selby laid 13 snookers in that particular frame. Stephen Hendry, of course, that's the kind of snooker that you were not particularly keen on, but you've got to admire his tenacity in trying to chase that frame, surely.
Yeah, I mean, well, I'm still trying to catch my breath after that frame. It was just so exciting. It was phenomenal safety play. I have to admit, you have to take your hat off to him. Although it's snooker that I don't enjoy watching, the skill involved, and not only, I mean, Ding laid just as many snookers as Mark almost, but every time he gets a snooker, he never leaves a ball on. It's incredible.
OK, Stephen, well, we've got 2 more to go. We're going to stay with the snooker tonight here on BBC 2, and it's a blooming good job that it's a bank holiday Monday tomorrow, isn't it?
Frame 16, Mark Selby to break.
So frame 16. Mark Selby. Breaks off.
Yeah, I think Ding, as he goes out of the arena, it's just a little gesture. He was glad to get that one over with, wasn't he?
He's still going for his shots, and he played it in a very positive frame of mind, but unfortunately for Ding, he thought this was the only red he could possibly leave, and that's exactly what's happened.
Well, we talk about knocking Ding Junhui out of his rhythm. It's also got to affect Mark Selby, the world #1, because he's played so much safety in that last frame. But I suppose he's one of these players that can do that, and then when he gets a chance, he can knock a winning contribution in. He's close to this blue. He's got to get that tip away, and he did. Well, you can see, had to make sure he pulled the cue away quickly there. It would be just typical of Mark Selby to knock in a frame-winning break here after that last frame.
Yeah, definitely don't think it's going to affect Mark Selby.
7.
Much more than it possibly would affect Ding, because Ding knew he had the frame in his pocket, but for that one red that he missed with the extension. Mark Selby put up a very brave fight to keep the frame alive. Now, where does the pink go? There's no room on its spot, so directly behind its own spot and in line with the black on the top cushion.
Yeah, that was a good idea from Paul Collier. Use both fingers there. I mean, that a lot of the refs just use the one finger there, but it's steadier if you. You've got to be careful with those white gloves
13.
as well. They can be slippy.
Now when he puts this black, will the red just above the black, will that pot into the same pocket? Oh, it didn't go into the right part of the pocket. Now does the black cover this red?
21.
Yeah, that was a bit of a slip up early on from Mark Selby. I don't even know if he can get through to the other one. He might have to take the one up into the corner, up past the blue and green. I'm just running through for the blue here. He got a kick as well into the bargain, but he's okay.
22.
I'm sure the white jumped a little bit. Well, maybe it's just me, but I've detected. Let's have a look. Yeah, it certainly jumped, but didn't affect it that time. Well, he didn't get into the shot full ball, and he might have dropped on absolutely nothing. Okay, he opened the reds,
27.
but when he glanced off the side of them, he's been unlucky not to finish on something, but he didn't get the cannon. As you can see here, he hit the red half ball instead of full ball. So he's going to have to wait for another chance.
Yeah, you saw him look up to the heavens there. He felt he was very unlucky not to. I mean, look at the split on the reds. Plenty came out, but as you said, Dennis just hit the wrong side of the pack. This is not good.
Mark Selby, 27.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Ken, because there's a couple of reds that Ding Junhui can have a go at. He's looking to see if he could get on the black if he took that one nearest tip of his cue. He's got the other one that's just to the left of the pink spot as a free shot also. But it's the one to the right that he feels will get him onto the black. Now let's see what that last frame has taken out of the rhythm of Ding Junhui. He's back. He's looked at both the reds I mentioned, so this is his choice. Now can he get through to the one near the pocket? Can he get through to the one to the left middle? Can't get to that one, that's for sure. Maybe he can get to the one for the middle pocket. He certainly can.
What a good, confident pot, particularly with the red over the bottom left-hand corner pocket.
I think, Ken, this is such an important frame from Mark Selby's point of view. 6-0 in front, and all of a sudden Ding Junhui could draw level, and I think Mark will give this chance everything he's got here. There's one more frame to be played after this.
7.
And this is a key shot coming up. He's already 34 points in the lead. This could really open things up if the cannon works out. And he pots the black, of course. Played to perfection.
Yeah, played it nicely. Just moved that red out of the way, the
14.
one above the black, and you can pot this, play a little cannon on the red just in front of it. That will open the other red
15.
into the same corner pocket, and now should win the frame from this, and what it does will reassert himself and of course make sure that he has a lead going into the next session tomorrow afternoon.
Hang on, there's a mark on the black.
It's been a terrific fight back from Ding Junhui. Breaks of 76, 103, 89, 86.
There's a slight angle to try and pot the red and slide off the red and pink and get back on for the black, but it could go wrong, so that's why he's gone up for the blue. Wow, he's got
23.
So much side spin on that, and a bit of tension in the arm of Mark Selby. Ooh, that didn't go into the middle of the pocket either. He's struggling a bit here.
26.
Yeah, that's why the cue ball's finished up in the reds there. Have a look at the green. In off that left jaw. But this is where his height, he's well over 6 feet. He can lean across and bridge over the reds. Big advantage.
$27.
And he's got a little bit of angle here. I think the reds are all covering each other. Not sure if there's one available. If not, he's got to get the cannon right. And he's missed the cannon. He's 61 points in front, so there's plenty left on the table. He arced that too
34.
much. It was heading towards the pink, and then all of a sudden with the top spin, just have a look at this. It's coming towards the pink, and then look at the arc he got on that.
And that all came from that poor positional shot, getting back up for blue, straightforward, overshot it. He's going to be opening the reds here. He doesn't want the red going over this bottom right hand corner pocket. He's played that pretty well. Almost in behind
Selby,
the brown.
34.
But it gives Ding the opportunity. Possibly if he bring the reds all into play, or there is, if he can clip the very back red. Well, if he can't clip that, he can certainly bring the reds into play. Maybe just on this for a pot. It's attritional stuff, isn't it, Dennis? It really is.
Yeah. I mean, Ding Junhui led the last frame by 71 points at one stage and looked a formality, and then we had the second longest frame in this year's World Championship where Mark Selby battled back. It's a bit of a chance here. It's a sort of a shot to nothing. Overcutted this time, and the white's coming back up the table, so Ding may take this on. There is a shot on for Ding here, and he can get on the black. I think he can get enough screw on it to go across the table, finish on the black or the pink. That's the shot that's available to him. The other shot that would be very attacking would be to try and pot the red and cannon the three reds, bring them into play because the pink's over the pocket, but he's two choices here. He's played for the pink.
1.
Didn't have to force it in for the black because of the pink over the pocket, so it's not ideally placed though. He's going to have to get quite a lot of bottom on this to screw it back.
Well, you may have the angle to screw back into those 3 reds here. Oh, wow. Well, that should be end of frame. He'll be very disappointed. Just the red needed. That's what he attempted. Tried to pop the pink and screw back into the reds.
I'll tell you what, that was a bit of a chance for Ding there.
1.
Maybe a slight sign of fatigue, Dennis.
Well, as I said, that last frame took so much out of both players, you would have to say. I mean, we're at the 16th day here at the Crucible. It does drain you mentally. The old adrenaline keeps you going.
Six. Mark Selby, 6.
So 59 points on the table. Mark Selby's got a 66-point advantage. Can just get past the brown for the potting angle. Long way off the pot. Ding can get 3 reds, 3 blacks here. And look for those 2 snookers, because there's always a chance of a free ball.
Eight. Nine.
Now, how will Ding Junhui go about getting these 2 snookers? We've seen how good Mark Selby was at it. And if you can get this red and a black and get the white in such a way, you can roll tight up behind the
16.
pink.
17.
Well, he may not be able to do that now. I'd have loved to have left the black in such a way you could have screwed back. See if where the white is now? If he had the white there, he could have rolled tight in behind the pink and send the red up towards the brown. But I don't think he can get into that position now. He's thinking now about it. He should have just given it a little bit more thought, Ken, before that last shot.
Yeah, should have been more straighter on this black.
Don't get me wrong, he can still play the snooker, but the one where he would have rolled tight in behind the pink would have been very difficult
24.
to escape from.
He's going to try and get the red behind the black here and cue ball up behind possibly the yellow or brown.
Do you know he got a kick there?
Ding Junhui, 24.
He did get a heavy contact. He's looking at the red there, as you can see. And I think Mark can just see enough of this to take the cut on.
Yeah, sure.
Having the cue ball cleaned, we did see him look at the red. Let's have a look at this one here. Yeah, clear kick. Well, that tells you it was a kick. That lovely smile from Ding there. And Ding Zhongwei is just thinking, I wonder could I get my own back on Mark Selby here and do what he did to me in the previous frame. Okay, he didn't win it, but he went close to getting the one snooker he needed.
Got a good opportunity here, Dennis. Cue ball behind the pink, red up the table. Just didn't get enough screw on the cue ball, and he may have left this red into the green pocket. Just another couple of inches in that cue ball behind the pink, it would have been a very tough snooker. Chance for Mark Selby. Just knocked the red in. Well, it should be enough now. And that'll be a bit of a relief to him. Guarantees him a lead going into tomorrow's session. One more frame to play, of course, in this session.
He'll be feeling a lot better now, Ken, won't he? I mean, every chance there that Ding could have levelled it 8 frames all after being 6-0 down. Wouldn't that have been something? But he's bound to have a lead going into tomorrow, as you said. Will it be 1 or will it be 3? That's the question.
10.
Yeah. Be an interesting last frame of the session.
14. 19.
Yeah, he's not bothered too much about the pink. The damage was done earlier in the frame. Ding says that's enough to referee Paul Collier. And it's Mark Selby now who leads Ding Junhui by 9 frames to 7.
And as the guys say, he's guaranteed to have a lead going into tomorrow, but this is going to be a very interesting final frame, isn't it? Despite the fact we're getting on towards midnight here. And it's been a gruelling session for both of us. It's been a gruelling day for the two of them. Just how mentally tiring is it to play this kind of snooker?
Yeah, very. I mean, that's one of the reasons why, if you can possibly avoid that style, it's, I think, in your interest these days, because the World Championship is a marathon. Overnight, you recover, and the adrenaline gets you through it. But I'll tell you what, it's draining at the end of it. I mean, I lost half a stone, I think, during World Championship campaigns. Not just the tension, the fact that you're not eating. So they've been out there for ages. They've grabbed some food and get a bit in breakfast, but they're very difficult to get your body clock right for this, and it's tough, isn't it, John?
Yeah, and that was a fabulous frame from Mark Selby there. You know, after what they've had before with the length of the frame, I mean, sometimes you could be forgiven for not potting the ball in the next frame, but he came, you know, stumbling back again, and he's just a fabulous match player. To play a frame for that length of time and still be able to go back to the table and produce after that, I mean, that's why he's world number 1.
Well, you've got to say, both men have shown absolutely fantastic character.
They have indeed.
Both sessions tonight.
They have indeed. And this is a huge frame, because for all the effort Ding's put in to come back from 6-0 behind, if he finishes 10-7 behind, he'll be disappointed with that.
Back we go.
And he'll be disappointed with his break-off shot, that's for sure. was interesting, Steve Davis talking about getting hungry over these long sessions. I remember playing him in 1979 here, and he brought a plate of sandwiches out. Never seen that in the history of the Crucible.
You sometimes see players maybe bring a banana out and leave it beside the chair, maybe have a little bite of it. But he's quite right. I mean, if they haven't eaten for quite a long time, it's very draining out there. The concentration wavers. Big frame for both Mark Selby and Ding Junhui. That's a good start. That's an excellent start.
One.
Okay, I would have liked to be in a little bit straighter on this yellow, but he's got a wonderful angle. When potting this yellow, you can go off side cushion, top cushion, into the pack of reds. He doesn't have to do that. I mean, he could try and get on the loose red, of course, as well, but he's got a wonderful angle on this yellow. Well, decided to play for the loose red, and he's played it very, very well. Excellent shot.
Yeah, because he knows there's a few more reds after this that's going to be available with blacks.
Four.
All depends if he's got a good angle to get on that one that's to the left of the bunch, because if he gets on that, he'll clear the path for another one, as you can see there. As he pots this, well, in fact, now he's left it low. He'll be opening quite a few of the reds up. Got to make sure you get yourself
11
onto the black with the screw back or run through. It looks like the screw back.
12.
Judged it lovely, didn't he? Decided not to come back off the side cushion. Nice angle on the black. Bit short again.
19.
Straight away he's made it awkward for himself. Another 6 inches up the table, and he was in prime position. Just watch this cue ball as it comes off the cushion. Didn't quite get there. He can still cut it in, but he's going into other reds here. Now, where's the cue ball going to finish? Needs to pull up.
20.
He's got the yellow into the right middle this time, and there's a red that stayed up that end of the table, which might, well, he's just tucking it up in behind the yellow. Yeah.
Mark Selby, 20.
Under the circumstances, not a bad choice, but when he finished short and he cut that red in, you just never know where the cue ball is going to finish, and it ran away up into the safety zone.
Yeah, he wouldn't have been too happy with the roll-up either. He really wanted to block the path on the left-hand side cushion as we looked, because they can just come off the side cushion and nestle into the pack of reds. He's got to play at dead weight. And it could go wrong, but he's got a big target.
Yeah, that's the shot that Ken was talking about. And if he does play at dead weight, but there's a couple of little things that could go wrong if he's not absolutely spot on. There's one at the back there that he could leave, and if he doesn't get the correct contact on the one I mentioned, he could leave one to the right middle pocket. But he might have to risk that.
I think it's the only shot he has, Dennis. I mean, anywhere, the red just to the left of the pink spot. If he can try and hit that full ball, I think he may be okay. Okay, he may leave a red into the right centre, but
Yeah, you'd have to be so precise with that escape. I mean, the other risky one would be to come off the side cushion, hit the red that's up to the left of the blue, and try and get the white back into the balk area. Maybe that's what he's trying. And he's hit the wrong side of it. Now, where's he going to finish? I'll tell you what. There's only one possible pot, the one into the right middle pocket. He hit the wrong side of that red. And I don't think there's anything available into the left middle pocket. Yeah, well, the one at the end, but that's a thin snick needed. I think he's okay with that one into the left middle, and he can get on the black. It's not that thin. I thought it was thinner than this, but looking at that shot there, the overhead shot.
Yeah, the only reason he doesn't like this red into the right centre, because the two reds just to the left of it are potable into the left centre, so there's a bit more pressure on that type of shot. On this red, there's less pressure. He won't be leaving anything should he miss. Oh, that's an excellent shot. And have a look at the position. Just look, have a look at the cue ball. How do you miss the red? He wasn't leaving anything and worked it out very well. But what an excellent pot.
Yeah, I think Ding Junhui for a split second thought he'd got away with that last mistake.
8. Nine.
Yeah, that shot, Ding was in so much trouble. He thought if I could hit the red on the other side, hit the wrong side, and then all of a sudden he thought, I might have got away with it. But regardless of what happens here, he's won this session, has Ding Junhui. I mean, if Mark
14.
opens up the 3-frame advantage, Ding has still won the session 5-4. That would have been in the back of his mind before this started when he was 6-2 behind, but at one stage it looked like he may even have an overnight lead the way he was playing.
Yes, but I think if Mark Selby wins this frame, I think he'll be certainly more happier of the two, even though Ding has won the session, but he could have been so much closer.
And that's just about perfect. A gentle cannon, and he's opened the whole game up. But what
20.
a day we're in for tomorrow. Bank holiday Monday at the Crucible. And regardless of what happens in this frame, it's going to be
21.
A belter.
You'd have to say, from Mark Selby's point of view, he's shown incredible resolve here. I mean, the momentum was all with Ding a few frames ago. Looked like he was closing within one
28.
and possibly even leveling up the match, but he's come back very, very strong indeed, Mark Selby, as he gets a tremendous
29.
kick.
And that's end of break. And, well, Ding Junhui has been thrown a lifeline, not by a mistake. He's turned to the crowd and he said, unbelievable.
Wow.
I mean, the frame's over, and now he's faced with a situation where he's got to try and push a colour safe. Twists and turns at the Crucible Theatre. Late night drama on the first night of the final, coming up to 1:45 to midnight.
So frustrating, isn't it? You know, he's playing a simple little follow through, just wants to get on the black and another couple of reds and blacks, and it's a 3-frame lead. And now all of a sudden he's got to play a safety shot here. He's got to try and get a colour safe, possibly the yellow onto the side cushion. Cue ball close to this ball cushion as possible.
He just gave himself a slap on the back of the head there on his way around the table, and he really is frustrated. Don't blame him.
It is very frustrating for a player, isn't it, to get a kick, particularly in that position there. But you've just got to get on with it. It's part of the game. No point in beating yourself up about it.
Trying to get the black safe.
Mark Selby, 29.
This is a little slap on the back of the head. Just, well, that'll certainly wake him up, that's for sure. But clever shot to tie the black up.
Yeah, maybe. I think I might have preferred to have the yellow tied up instead. He won't need the black thing. If he does get a chance, he could win the frame with just all pinks. I'm not quite sure if that was indeed the correct shot. Remains to be seen.
Just coming up to 1 minute and 10 seconds. In his semi-final, you know, he got himself in a rut, what, 4.5 minutes for one shot. I think that's the longest anyone's ever thought about a shot.
Yeah. It's about the best he could do, but he's left a possible pot on for Mark Selby.
There's no easy return safety shot here. So he's just looking to see if he was to leave the red up in the left jaws, and can he find a gap if he takes this on? What a shot. What a shot.
One.
Not only the pot, but to find the gap there. I'll give him 10 out of 10 for that. That's not a good angle on the green, I don't think. So he may put another colour safe here. Brown possibly, and get a good cue ball. He's got a 50-point advantage. He's got the black safe.
Brown.
And he's going to get the brown safe.
Yeah, just past the left centre towards the black. He's a good cue ball though.
Mark Selby, 1.
He's in a good Good position, Mark Selby. We can only take one shot, one good pot from Ding. Get himself right back into this frame. That was close.
I think he can get through to the one that's near the pocket. He's got a long straight red, but he wouldn't be taking that on because there's no colour available. So you can just get past that one. It's a bit of a guide, you know. If he passes the first red, you'd think he'd snick the one in that's near the pocket. He's coming around to have a look at the angle. But it's one of those situations where the other red is quite a good guide. You know, if you pass the first red, every chance you'll cut this in. This could be a frame winner. Oh, how can you overcut in the whites in? Absolutely amazing. How could he overcut that? And then how could he get the white in? Amazing. It is incredible what can happen. We've seen that horrendous kick when the frame was almost over. 7 hours of tough match snooker.
Might be able to get the blackout here from this red. Oh, tried to. It was close, but he's going to get back into the frame. That's all it took, just one possible. And Mark Selby would be coursing his luck. I mean, he's got a terrible kick on the red just when it looked like he was going to win the frame, and he's potted a good long ball, never got on. And here's the attempt in this pot. Can try and get the pink on its spot now. Pot this red.
And I'm thinking back, Ken, to the shot where Mark tried to push the brown safe. He didn't. And that could play a big part. An awful lot of balls to be potted before we get there.
7.
He's okay. Couldn't hold for the pink, but he's got a slight angle on the blue to just get the cue ball close to these two reds. Now, he has an angle on this red. I wonder will he
12.
attempt to take the black off the cushion here. It'd still be on the brown. Might be a bit risky.
What a steal this would be, but it's so difficult. But the chance is there. He didn't think he was going to get a chance in this final frame of this session. Surely he hasn't snookered himself. Does the red pass the other red? Has he come? Oh, what
19.
A terrible shot. Ding Junhui has just played there. He'd got so much margin for error, and if he goes too far, he's got the red to the middle pocket. What a mistake there, Ken.
Yeah, definite fatigue is setting in. There's no doubt about that. His concentration is gone. You play a little delicate snooker, but
Ding Junhui 19.
Be very, very disappointed. And that's what happens when you do get a bit tired. It's straightforward shots that you just let your concentration lapse. a couple of ways he could play this. He could try and drop on the red off the top cushion and try and get as close to the red that's closest to the top cushion, but it's a very delicate shot.
I mean, it's a very easy escape, but it's one of those, it's difficult to keep the reds in a safe position. The one you suggested, Ken, just coming off this cushion and landing on the back red, even that's a tough shot. And if he's coming off a cushion with pace, it's just no matter how good you are, you're just relying on a little bit of good fortune to get them safe.
Maybe a hit and hope here, is it, Dennis? Maybe just to try and...
You can always fluke one. Now he's playing a delicate one, and he's, well...
Foul and a miss.
Tried to glance off the red and missed it by a mile. Well, how do you pick the correct spot out after you missed it by that margin? Doesn't have to play the same shot again. I think he's getting tired also. He's got so much side on that. It's incredible what happens on this 12 by 6 foot snooker table. Wow. There's a possible pot. The only thing, Ken, if he takes that long one up into the corner, he's going to leave the one that's to the right, and that's the one he's going to play safe off.
It's not a bad outcome. Judged that quite nicely.
What's he done here? What has he done here? I think both players have lost a little bit of concentration. There's a lot of tension out there. It's the last frame of the session. They must be mentally tired at the moment, that's for sure, because that is a real schoolboy error.
Looks very tired.
But as Steve Davis said, off to bed, back for 2 o'clock, you get a decent night's sleep and you come back again and the adrenaline keeps you going. You've worked your whole life to try and become world professional champion. Mark's done it once. Ding's trying to do it for the first time.
One.
So just the roll-up shot.
Yellow ball. Mark Selby, 1.
And now Ding Junhui needs a little bit of good fortune off a couple of cushions. Has to hit the red, but not only has he got to hit it, he's got to knock it safe. Mark Selby only needs the red to leave Ding needing a snooker. Well, it's going to be a possible pot for Mark Selby to go at. This is a frame winner. It's not a gimme by any means. You see, he has given the table a good old hammering there. That's what it means to Mark Selby. He's going to lose the session, but have a look at that. Do you think he's trying? He's going to lose the session 5 frames to 4, but what an important last frame. That makes absolutely sure of the frame.
3.
31 ahead. One snooker to tie, but he's a strong favourite now.
Mark Selby, 3.
They're not greatly placed for snookers. Black's out of commission. You want a colour somewhere near a cushion. Brown, well, it's not the best either. Not quite. A little bit of a swerve will get him, or even if he doesn't fancy the swerve, it's easy off the side cushion. Side cushion it is, and he'd like to kick the yellow from behind.
Well, a chance now for Ding. I'm just wondering, Dennis, will he pot the yellow, pot the green, try and lay a snooker on the brown behind the black? Possibility.
Well, has he even thought about that, Ken? But it's not a bad suggestion.
Well, if he can pot this yellow and get nicely on the green, he can get the cue ball down below the brown somewhere, straightforward shot to get in behind the black. Let's see if he's thought about it. No. And again, that's down to concentration, I think, but he's played a decent shot. I mean, that's a pretty good snooker. Maybe he feels if he puts yellow and green, it cuts down his options.
He's pretty good at swerving the ball, is Mark Selby, and I think if he goes around the left side of the pink and blue, it'll come off the cushion. Well, he's going the right side. Seems a bit more of a swerve needed to go this side to hit the cushion first. Well, he's gone straight around them and hit the yellow direct. Yeah, as Ken said, if you could put the yellow and green, and where I've got the other white there, that's what Ken was talking about. If you got the white there, you could send that brown down the cushion and tight in behind the black. But I don't think he's even contemplated that. Another decent effort, but easy to hit.
Excellent attempt. And a good line with the cue ball. Again, straightforward escape for Mark Selby.
Yeah, that's the only problem with getting the snooker behind the blue and pink. It's always going to be a fairly comfortable escape. You want to be trying to get tight in behind the colour. Might just get a snooker back here, Mark Selby. Oh, almost slipped past the blue there for the snooker.
I try and clip the yellow onto the brown, try and knock the brown safe. He's coming around to have a look at that. Cue ball back up towards the green. He could try and take this yellow on and try and pot the yellow.
Well, I'll tell you what, Ken, both these players will sleep well this evening. Play started at 7 o'clock. We're now just 5 past midnight. But as I say, regardless of the outcome of this frame, Ding Junhui's got to be very proud of himself. To battle back from 6-0 behind, even if he was 3 behind, was still a terrific performance. See, it's Ding's turn to try and keep the object ball safe. He's looking for a snooker, but you don't always have a chance of getting the snooker, and you've got to make sure you keep the object ball safe. Well, believe it or not, that has promoted the brown into a better position. He's got the snooker here, so Mark Selby can slip past the blue there with lots of side, lots of right hand side. But as I mentioned, the brown's in the perfect spot now if Ding Junhui can get a chance to get in behind it. This is the chance that Mark Selby's been waiting for. This to make absolutely certain of this final frame. It has been a tough old night at the Crucible Theatre. We've had a little bit of everything, including the second longest frame
Mark Selby
of this year's championship. 33 the difference with 25 on. 2 snookers now needed. Not far away. We're not sure Ding's in the road. Is he in behind the brown? almost. It just jawed and come away from the pocket.
Can he slide off the green here and get behind that brown? Possibility. Needs to get right behind the brown, nice and tight, and that's pretty good. Excellent shot. Can't swerve the cue ball this time, and it's not straightforward to hit this green.
He'd have to go very close to the blue there to come off 2 cushions and hit the green. So he's going across the 1 cushion. And that's not straightforward. Twice across, and he's... Oh, good escape. Good escape that was. That wasn't the easiest of snookers to get out of there. Well, Ding Junhui at the moment is doing a Selby on Selby.
Yeah, it's going to have to be a very, very good snooker to try and force 4 points from Mark Selby, that's for sure.
He's having a chat with the gentleman next to him there. I think he's a Coventry supporter, Ken. Leicester man talking to a Coventry man. I often wondered, Ken, where do they send people to that live in Coventry? There's a chance here to get in behind the brown, believe it or not. You can double the green back up the table and come across. 2 snookers needed, as we said before. Too hard. Dear, oh dear.
It was almost like an explosion, wasn't it? Have a look at this noise. What a kick.
Well, that's an amazing last frame. How long ago is it since Mark Selby was in the balls and got that horrendous kick when we would all have been tucked up in bed now? He's already dozing off there. It does take it out of you mentally, it really does. It was 31 minutes ago. Whenever Mark Selby was in the balls, it looked like the frame would be over in a matter of minutes, and that happened. And we're still here. Oh, he could have put himself in trouble here. Needed to hit that a little bit harder, Mark. If he can get this in behind the blue and send that green over towards the brown, he could get him in a tough snooker. Well, he's decelerated. He tried that and just didn't hit it. That's a sign of tiredness for sure. Tried to screw in behind the blue, send the green over to the brown and just quit on the shot. Amazing. And a chance to get over behind the brown again for Ding Junhui. Just a dead straight. He just cued slightly across that. He can get over behind the brown here.
Well, I don't know why he just didn't drop the green almost dead weight into the pocket. That was an error.
I just think maybe, you know, they're not thinking straight now.
No, definitely not. Concentration is gone. And you see Mark, he's obviously very, very tired.
See if he can get better cueing this time and get in behind the blue. I think there's a gap. He's found the gap. Now, what has he spotted? Is there something on the green? This is tough to hit. This could be the end of this session. Great escape. Great hit. But he stuck the green up.
Thank you.
Absolutely incredible. He has gone at the moment. He just wants to get out of the Crucible Theatre and get to bed.
He's not the only one, Dennis.
quite hard enough. Now, he'd probably knock this one in after missing that sitter. You wouldn't put it past him cutting this in. We've been on this green ball now for coming up to not far off 12 minutes. A little thin one here. Keep the green safe and come down and knock the black off the cushion. Promote it. That would help. That's what he tried, but the middle pocket got in the way.
Well, it was one way of getting a snooker almost, but...
Now, wouldn't it be ironic if he doubled this green up into the right corner pocket? And that's what he'll attempt. Here it comes, but not quite.
Don't think Ding will want to pot this screen because of where the brown is. It's in a decent position. This looks pretty good. It's got a very good line. Excellent shot.
Normally this is made.
Right, here we go. Holding your cue above your head, it's only a green. It's been a hard day's night here, Ken, but what a fascinating tussle, and Ding Junhui has done so well from 6-0.
7.
He was 6-2 down going in to this evening's session. Playing with the extension on his cue.
Mark Selby, 7.
And Ding
And
has had a look at the referee. I never thought I was going to be saying this, but Mark Selby will be delighted to have lost this session 5 frames to 4. Well played, Ding Junhui. But Mark Selby has opened up a 3-frame advantage. It's 10-7 to the world number 1.
Yep, it sure has been a hard day's night, Dennis, and we'll all be sleeping like logs very, very soon. Mark Selby, great tenacity from him, but also you've got to say from Ding Junhui, because despite the fact that he's been trailing 6-0 in this final, came back, he was emotionally overwhelmed earlier on, but here he was still punching, laid 9 snookers in that last frame. Looked like he was chasing a lost cause, but still chased it, Steve.
Yeah, and I tell you, 2 warriors out there today. The balls have conspired a little bit to make it long session snooker. The kick there, then Ding just rolled one down into the corner, it wobbles, and then the Mark Selby gets back into it. On another day, the frames are a lot quicker than that. But when you require 1-2 snookers, you've got to go for them. And such is the standard of safety play. It can go on for a long time. It's astonishing level of safety play.
It is, yeah. Frame 15 was, you thought, going to be a bit of a turning point for Ding, because he won that 67-minute frame, but yet it's Selby who came out with a bit of pep and has pinched the last two.
He's just got tremendous mental fortitude, hasn't he? I mean, most people would be wilting about a frame like that. He'd come out and he's played 2 great frames. The last one would have been over. He hadn't got the kick. I mean, a phenomenal performance to find that from somewhere. I mean, look at his eyes when he's been playing. His eyes are absolutely so tired. He's absolutely gone, but he keeps finding.
I'll tell you what, Ding looked as fresh as anything.
Incredibly.
I mean, like, we're talking about the Mark Selby, but he looked like the sort of the night porter from hell. Mark Selby, but Ding looked as fresh.
Well,
I mean, he was still concentrating.
Steve, because this is his 8th match. Remember, he's played 3 matches just to get into the Crucible and then come all the way through to the final. So you do wonder how much it's taken out of the two of them. You're talking about getting a good night's sleep, coming back, obviously, but surely at some point, a session like this, a day like this, 2 weeks like this, catches up with you.
Well, if they have another game like this tomorrow, it's just going to be a war of attrition out there, because nobody's given an inch really, and Ding's showing strength and fortitude. So who knows what we're in for?
The only good thing about it is no morning session. Honestly, they're playing in the afternoon and the evening.
Well, I don't know, John.
Well, yeah, absolutely. We'll be there soon, but they really do need a rest.
They do, and we need a rest. And you need a rest, I'm sure, as well. Get some sleep, because Act 3 of this fascinating Crucible drama will be on the go. Well, not very long, actually. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I usually say this at the end of Snooker Extra. Sleep well, but sleep well, and we will see you soon. Thanks for being with us today. More of the same coming soon. Bye-bye.